Welcome to a nice rainy symposium day. I'm Jeff Johnson. I'm the chief of the Division of Natural Area Preserves, and I want to again welcome you here. I want to take the opportunity to thank several people here today, several groups: the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy, Ohio State University Herbarium. These folks have been really instrumental in making this event today possible, so thanks to them. Many of our sponsors, and there's too many to even mention, and if you look, many of them have a table up around the upper edge. In the middle of your program is the listing of our sponsors this year, so thank you to each and every one of those. It's been a great help to have those folks sponsor our program today. And finally, I want to thank all of you for being here. Your support and interest is why we actually put this program on. It's not something that takes a lot of effort, and Rick Gardner, who's floating about someplace, has spent almost 2 years working on this iteration of it. So we want to thank you for being here, and after all, if you weren't there filling the seats, it would be very awkward for me to be standing up here talking to an empty room. So thank you for being here. Administration's accomplishments over the last 6 years, I'll go back to the beginning of this administration, has been phenomenal. Director Mertz actually was going to be here to speak with you today, but she had some other things come up and was not able to make it. So they said, Jeff, would you be willing to do that? And I said, of course I would, because I don't get to speak to groups like this very often, which gives me an opportunity to talk about the administration while they're actually probably here in front of us as well. I know Steve Gray here is someplace, assistant director. I have to thank them tremendously. We owe them a great debt. They have been a huge support for our program in natural areas and preserves over the last 6 years. And I can't recall a time in my career where an administration has been more supportive of our natural areas program. As many of you probably realize, our funding had been cut severely, and we were not in a great position about 7-8 years ago. This administration came in from the governor on down through the director and all their staff with the goal of resurrecting and bringing back the division. There were a lot of people that played a huge part in that. Some of our past chiefs were instrumental in that as well. But we've seen a tremendous growth. And I tried to pull some numbers together. Back in 2018, before the new administration came in, we had a total of just under 30 staff. And that was including all of our seasonals and everything. We had 9 permanent staff back in 2018. We now have 63 active staff, of which 37 are full-time permanent staff. That is almost the highest level we've had. Really great. Like I say, I can't say enough about this administration. The first thing I asked was, is this administration going to allow us to acquire more properties? And Steve Gray actually looked at me and said, well, why wouldn't you do that? So that was a really good response. So we took that to heart, and we've been acquiring more lands, dedicating more properties. When I took over as chief, we had 136 preserves in our system. The last one had been dedicated, I believe, in 2013 at Cider Brush Creek, if I'm not mistaken. So we actually had a spate of no preserves there for a while until 2018, and then since then we've actually dedicated 11 preserves in the last 6 years, 5 just since the last time we met 2 years ago at the symposium. So with that said, we actually have 6 more that are in the pipeline right now for this year alone. So we are looking to really push this while we've got an administration that's really favorable for that. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to a program that the governor instituted, and many of you are familiar with, the H2 Ohio program. It's been a great program, not only for the state in general, but our division and directly. It's been kind of a game changer in a lot of respects as far as protection of really high quality resources. The original H2 Ohio was primarily focused in northwest Ohio and the Lake Erie Basin. The most recent initiative was the Ohio Rivers Initiative, and that is, we've been taking advantage of that. We actually acquired our first property using funds from H2 Ohio Rivers Initiative. It's about a 146 acre preserve along the Mohican River, and that is one of the 6 that will probably be dedicated later this year. So really cool site, has over 2,200 feet of river frontage, nice deep ravines, wooded hillsides, and for those botanists out there, it's got a white pine hemlock forest community, which is kind of a unique complex for the state of Ohio. So really cool stuff. And Bob Gable, our scenic rivers manager, he's sitting up here, an assistant chief. He's been really, really active utilizing these funds to acquire properties all over the state. And I think, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you've got properties or projects right now on the Ashtabula, Big and Little Darby, Chagrin, Conneaut Creek, Grand River, Little Beaver Creek, Maumee, Upper Cuyahoga, and Scioto Brush Creek, which, a little tidbit, might be our next scenic river if we were working on a designation study for that right now. So and maybe Raccoon Creek, we might have a project on Raccoon coming up. So these monies are going out and protecting a lot of really, really amazing properties around the state. So once again, thanking the administration for their foresight to make that happen. With our division alone, if you travel around and go to different preserves around the state, you're going to see a lot of changes, a lot of new improvements. We've taken a lot of the monies that were given to us, in addition to buying the vehicles and tractors and equipment we needed, that a lot of times 30, 40-year-old equipment got replaced initially in this administration. We've done a lot of work for public infrastructure as well, so trail systems that we're trying to upgrade to make sure people can get in safely, and we've been really put an emphasis on access. So we have ADA trails that we're installing. So recently at Stages Pond Preserve in Pickaway County and down Chaparral Prairie in Adams County, we have fully accessible trails down there to get people out and see some of these amazing areas around the state. We're currently working on another accessible trail at Clifton Gorge, which will, if you're familiar with Clifton Gorge, the upper trail from the little parking lot that's in the town of Clifton that goes over to the overlook, we're going to make that a wheelchair accessible trail. So it's going to be a really, really neat thing when that's done, hopefully later this year. We're trying to go other projects. We've got a major stream bank restoration project over in Licking County on the Licking River at Black Cane Gorge. We're going to be redoing some of the really popular trail there. If you've ever been on the paved trail at Black Cane, you know how popular that is. So we're trying to upgrade that as well. Buying more property. We just had a Nature Conservancy transferred property for us down in Jackson County at Baker Swamp. We're going to be looking to put a trail system in there as well. So really, really neat projects all over the state that we're working on. We continue to put new interpretive signs up around the state at our different preserves. One thing that was lacking for a lot of these sites was when you got to them, you didn't necessarily know why that site was preserved as a preserve, what would make it special. So we're trying to do more and more signage to make sure people realize what makes these nature preserves around the state so incredibly important. And obviously, monies with the additional staff are allowing us to do even more work tackling invasives, making sure that our rare species are protected, getting botanists out in the field, and doing a lot of more research. So really a lot of really great things that are going on across the state. And mentioning our botanists, I know that several of our botanists are non-paid botanists around are in the audience today. The role that you all play in bringing us that information, gathering information about rare plant populations around the state is so critical for us. Information provides and allows us to keep the native natural heritage database up to date, which is so critical for not only our managers, but other agencies to be able to utilize that information when they're making management decisions across the state. So really, really appreciate the folks that help us with that. And after our morning break, our DNAP's own botanist, Mr. Andrew Gibson, in one of our most anticipated, I think, programs of the entire symposium every single time. We'll be talking about the best finds over the last 2 years, right? So looking forward to that with Andrew. I do have to geek out for just a minute now. We've got our own presentation up in the bar area up back in the corner on a project that Rick and the entire Heritage staff and other folks have been working on. It's basically a redo, a deep dive, if you will, into Robert Gordon's 60s work on the original vegetation of Ohio. We were able to get an America 250 grant to kind of kickstart a project of really kind of fine-tuning that map. So you're probably all familiar with that the colored map of what the original vegetation of Ohio was. We've got that up there on a display. The colors are a little different than what the original map was, so we could kind of make everything match up. I know several of you were up there looking at the display already. We'll have people up there to discuss what's going on, but the detail level we're putting into this project now is beyond anything that they had the capabilities. To digitize all this allows us to get a much more fine detail, and it's what's amazing to me is we're looking at these survey notes, original survey notes from the 1870s, 1780s, 1790s. of what was here when the first settlers were coming in. And you know, everybody had this old impression, you probably heard it when you were a kid in school, that a squirrel can climb a tree on Lake Erie and go all the way to the Ohio River and never have to touch the ground, right? That's probably not the case, because there were openings, there were prairies, there were wetlands, there were all these amazing habitats, and this project is going to allow us to map every one of those little spots based on those original notes from the surveyor. So it's something I kind of really, I love history. Those that know me, I'm really into the history side of things. So this is just a project that is right up my alley, where you're combining that cultural history and natural history together. We've got a completion date. Rick is really, really ambitious. He thinks he's going to have it done by January 27. Sounds like it's a long way off. It's really not that far, especially when you look at how much work has to be done. So they've got the work cut out for them, but I'm really, really excited to see the outcome of that. Just an amazing project. So if you haven't looked at it yet, we've got a display up there, and I think Rick and others are going to be up there to explain what they're doing in just a little bit. I do want to throw out a shout out to Dave Nolan. I haven't seen Dave today. I don't know if he's here or not. He made it or not. But Dave had really kind of jump-started this project for us by doing this work over the land, the surveys and the land between the Miamis. Got that section done. Rick's been working on the sections over here along the Ohio River to the east and kind of meet in the middle someplace. But just a really, really neat program. I want to send out a shameless plug for our division at this time. You know, I've mentioned some of the things we've been doing. You know, since the last time we gathered. We've got a tremendous number of successes, and we've got to share the credit literally with thousands of generous fellow Ohioans that support our work in one of basically two ways, either giving us time or giving us money or funding in some capacity. When it's, you know, the rare plant surveys, and I already mentioned many of the botanists that volunteer their time to pull this information in, stream quality monitoring through the Scenic Rivers program, invasive species management through volunteers that work with our managers in the field. These folks are spending thousands of hours for our division every year to make sure that information gets where it needs to be and the work on the ground gets done. So, you know, to think about trying to do our jobs without that work is you know, almost impossible to be able to accomplish what we've done. So, thank you to everyone that's doing that. And there's others that may not spend the time in the field with us, but they support us financially. And there's several ways that we can do that. So, if you've never done that before in the past, I encourage you to help out in some way. One of the easiest ways, and we are in tax season right now, so you can actually check a little box on your state income tax for the tax checkoff program. We appreciate that. You can give a portion or all, if you're so inclined, of your tax return, if you're getting returned to the division. So those are really, really critical for us. We use those for the infrastructure type projects and land acquisitions. You can also buy a license plate, and we've got information on a table up there on how to donate to that, or just direct donations to the division. Any of those are actually helpful to us and really do make up a significant portion of the monies that we use to operate our division. In conclusion, I just want to thank one more group of individuals. So we're folks that work for our division out of central office. And I hate naming people because I'm going to run out of, or I'll forget somebody, but I already mentioned Rick Gardner. And like I say, he spent 2 years working on this and is really the driving force to make sure the symposium every year, or every 2 years, gets done. Our chief botanist, and Andrew, he's been working, and like I say, you're going to see his program here in a little bit. Other folks in that program, the Heritage section, Kendra Malam, Megan Boldy, Julie Borman, Heidi Hetzel-Evans, who's around here someplace. She's head of our communications section. We've got interns. Elizabeth Mack is here working today. Jenna Winters is our education specialist. So they've all been working the last couple of weeks to really pull this off, make this a great success. So I really want to thank them for that. So thank you all and all of our other DNAP staff that just make me look actually pretty good, which is kind of a hard task sometimes. But they've really done a great job over the last 6 years, so I want to thank every one of them. And then I also want to, again, thank you for your support, for coming out on this beautiful spring day, and I hope you have a wonderful symposium. And with that said, I'm going to pass this over to John Schwinstein to take us off for our morning sessions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chief Johnson. In these somewhat uncertain times, it's great to hear that our state is behind diversity on the plant side. Okay. A few announcements and points just to raise here. First, we have this shirt. It's a small size. It's a really nice t-shirt. It was found on the floor. If someone purchased this and has lost their very nice small size shirt, it is up here. So please please come. A few other little points here. There is Wi-Fi service here. The Wi-Fi password is Milano Guest, all lowercase letters, one word. Okay. We'll try to have time for questions at the ends of talks. So solo questions certainly as people are talking. And reminder to quiet your cell phone at this point. We would prefer not to have cell phones going off if we can. And if you are up in the back in the vendor section during talks, please try to keep the voice levels down. Just to remind you that there are limited restroom facilities here at Villa Milano, so you might want to strategize about the use of those things. Okay. We will be having some breaks and lunch, of course, and lights will flash toward the end of those periods to remind you to come back to your seat so we can proceed. Okay, I think we are ready to go ahead at this point. If I can actually queue up the next one. First one. Right. It is my pleasure to welcome our first speaker this morning, Dr. Matthew Pace. Matthew is Associate Curator at New York Botanical Garden. He's had a long association with that institution. He received his bachelor's degree at Cornell and his PhD at the University of Wisconsin. And I think for many of us, if you're familiar with these plants, we are very much looking forward to his help in understanding the diversity of plants. So please welcome Dr. Pace as he talks to us about Spiranthes.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, John, for that really lovely welcome. It's my absolute pleasure to speak with you all this morning. Everyone can hear me fine, correct? Excellent. All right, so let's talk about the best orchids in the world. Every time I give a version of a talk, I want to actually call it, How Do You Solve a Problem Like Spiranthes? Of course, I hope you all know the classic musical, Sound of Music, which has the song, How Do You Solve a Problem Like Maria? And I love Spiranthes. Sometimes they can be quite frustrating, even for me. Show of hands, who has ever stood in the field or the herbarium, pulling your hair out, trying to think, what is this orchid that I have in front of me? I can say that's been me more times than I care to admit. So just a little bit of an overview of my talk. There'll be an introduction, talk about sort of background of Spiranthes. I'll give you an insight into the methodology of my research. There'll be an overview of evolutionary relationships, talking about hybridization patterns, which are particularly relevant and important for understanding Spiranthes. And then a deep dive into the species that are found here in Ohio, hopefully pointing out some tips and tricks for how to actually tell them apart, and then a wrap up at the end. So again, I've been really fortunate that I can honestly say I get to do my dream job every single day. I love going to work. New York Botanical Garden is one of the greatest institutions for botanical research, and it's an absolute pleasure to work there. My research focuses on the systematics and evolution and diversity of orchids, primarily terrestrial orchids, Spiranthes, but also Goodyeara and some of their relatives in Southeast Asia, and then other terrestrial taxa like Polexia and Microchilus in South America. So why do I study orchids? This is a pretty easy question to answer. They're amazing, but specifically they're approximately the largest family in the world with about 28,000 species. They're a really natural group in which to examine really cool questions in evolutionary biology about the nature of species, what is a species when they kind of all hybridize with each other? How do they maintain species boundaries? How do you tell them apart? What does that mean for what we as humans call species? How do they interact with pollinators? How are they interacting over geologic time? How are they moving across the landscape? And of course, conservation concerns. So most Spiranthes are pretty well off. They're pretty weedy. They can grow in roadsides and things like that. But even within Spiranthes, there are some naturally extremely rare taxa. And then, of course, at the edges of their distribution, they can be quite rare in particular states. And again, like I'm doing today, they're a natural group for communicating science and interacting with the public. And I love it when I get emails saying, "What is this? Please help me." Before I was talking to someone in a booth about the cool Spiranthes in their neck of the woods. Yeah, so it's just a really fantastic family to work in. And of course, they're beautiful. So Spiranthes, also known as the lady's tresses because the spiral of the flower is said to resemble braided hair. It's a terrestrial group. It's found all over the world. There are 30 species in North America and then 43 species worldwide. And some of the questions within Spiranthes that really interest me, as I mentioned before, are species delimitation. So how do you understand and how do you differentiate different species? And also morphological variability. Sometimes we as humans like to put things in very constrictive boxes and say, this is species A, this is species B. Well, what about the things that are species A prime, species squared, getting towards B? How do you deal with that? Particularly when you're trying to decide what it is that you have in front of you, how do you protect that variability? Also questions about biogeography. So again, how do species move across the landscape in geologic time? And conservation. I'll also note, I am not a gifted photographer, so you may see some of your own images here. If you do, I try to credit them when I could. And thank you very much for making images available on iNaturalist, if you're on iNaturalist, which is very helpful. And another thing that's really great about Spiranthes is that it does have a very long legacy of study to build upon. So this drawing is from one of Charles Darwin's books, and there are actually really lovely letters where he describes working on the Spiranthes, Spiranthes spiralis, that grew in his lawn in England, where he's actually on his hands and knees trying to dissect the flowers. He's chasing the bumblebees around his yard that are pollinating Spiranthes. And of course, more recently, folks Ames, Chuck Cheviak have done a lot of really amazing research that my work is built upon. So again, just taking a step back and putting Spiranthes in a global context, we're really lucky here in North America that we are the center of diversity for Spiranthes. We have 30 species. The next most species-rich area is Southeast Asia, sort of centered on Yunnan, China, over to coastal China. But they only have 9 species. And this is really rare and unusual when you're talking about orchid diversity specifically, but also sort of plant diversity in general. Oftentimes with species that North America and East Asia share, it's East Asia that has more or greater species richness. So this sort of reverse relationship is quite unusual and distinctive. And interestingly, I can't figure out why, but Spiranthes just hasn't gotten down into South America yet. It gets onto Trinidad and Tobago, but not South America proper. So as I mentioned, Oakes Ames historically was a really important person who researched Spiranthes, and he wrote in one of his works that Spiranthes is the least understood genus in our flora, and it is a genus that repays intensive observation in the field and prolonged contemplation in the herbarium. And I can say I've spent many hours staring at these things, trying to figure out what they are. And I still use Oakes Ames specimens in my research today. So if you've ever collected a specimen of Spiranthes, also thank you. Your work will still be relevant centuries after you're gone. So this is my first encounter with Spiranthes. I just turned 25, and I was taking a field trip in the Adirondack Mountains in New York, northern New York. And we're driving along the road outside of Speculator, New York, And like all good botanists, I'm fortunate I was in the passenger seat because I have both of my eyes, in this case, on the roadside. And we're driving along at a pretty good clip, and all of a sudden I say, "Stop!" And we screech off to the side of the road, and I go run across the highway to this patch of white flowers that I see on the roadside. And at the time, I knew it was an orchid, but I didn't know even what genus at that time. This was before I went to grad school. And so I took photographs. I did not collect specimens because I did not have a permit, but I took tons of photographs, and then continued on our way. And when I returned home, I took out my copy of Evolutionary Conquest and I set to work trying to identify what I had. I was able to figure out, okay, it's the genus Spiranthes, but then what species is it? And I'm like, well, it doesn't really look like this, it doesn't really have this feature. But I eventually just put a determination of Spiranthes cernua, the nodding lady's tresses on it, and sort of left it at that. Little did I know I would actually return to this very same population when I was in graduate school to collect samples for my phylogenetic work, and it actually turned out to be a new species. So when we're talking about Spiranthes, again, it's a really cool, fun genus to work on because it is difficult. And looking back in time, it's important to recognize that people are making identifications and decisions based on the data that they have at the time. So this is a specimen from the Linnaean Herbarium in the UK, and at the time that these were collected, the late 1700s, early 1800s, all of these plants from 4 different locations were called Spiranthes cernua, because at the time there were basically just a handful of species that were described. But actually, it represents a multitude of species. And of course, some of these are collected further south, so you pick up species like Spiranthes longilabris, which is a coastal plain endemic. But again, a lot of this work, KCI was only described in the 80s or 90s, I think. Ochrolouka, again, was described after these plants were originally collected. So this is why herbarium specimens in particular are so important, because it allows us to return to information from the past. Another really cool thing about Spiranthes is that they have really unusual, often highly disjunct populations. So disjunct just means that there's these sort of peripheral populations separated from the main core population. So this is Spiranthes manicamporum, one of the species that's found here in Ohio. And you can see there's this core distribution throughout the Great Plains, extending into Ohio, and as the speaker this morning was talking about, of course, occupying prairies that used to be here and sometimes still are here. But then you have all these interesting disjunct populations. And I'll also note there are 2 of them over in New Mexico. And actually that's where this picture was taken from. And so you have all these interesting populations along the coastal plain, in the Appalachians. That population in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania is actually extirpated, so it's locally extinct. And then it was also recently found just a couple of years ago from upstate New York. So we're still finding unusual disjunct populations. And again, what does this mean about geologic history? How do these species move through time? And actually, the sister species, so the other Spiranthes that is most closely related to manicamporum, is only found in Florida. So again, thinking over evolutionary time, how are these species moving across the landscape? How are they retreating from glaciers? How are they responding to global changes over time? And of course, there have been cases where these disjunct populations have actually been described as new species because their distribution is so unusual, and sometimes the morphology is a little bit unusual, but then when you look in the broader context, you realize, oh no, it's just a disjunct population of more commonly distributed species. As I mentioned, morphological variability is also a big part of the challenges with Spiranthes. So when I started my graduate work, Spiranthes cernua was the most commonly distributed species across eastern North America, and these plants, which are roughly to scale, were all called Spiranthes cernua. And as you can see, there's a great deal of morphological variability, not just in terms of size, but also in terms of sepal orientation, sometimes color, Does the flower open or not open? And so a lot of my questions have been at actually addressing this variability and understanding what is just natural phenotypic variability or morphological variability, and what is actually something a little bit deeper, what is actually speciation. Interestingly, orchids are often held up as the poster child for very specific pollination. If you think of the bee orchids, orchids in Europe, that look like female bees or smell like female bees, there's this idea that's, or Darwin's orchid with the hawk moth in Madagascar. There's this very popularized idea that orchids only have one pollinator. And at least in Spiranthes, that's not true at all. So Spiranthes is primarily pollinated by bumblebees, and as far as we know, most species of bumblebee are shared across most species of Spiranthes, which again facilitates hybridization. And another question that is sort of I'm always thinking of is, even when species do co-occur and they share hybridization, or they share pollinator, they don't always hybridize. So why do you get hybrids in particular places but not in other places, even though the species co-occur in both? So those are some of the questions that my work is trying to address. So when I began my research, hybridization was thought to be extremely frequent, with about 14 hybridized species, but just 2 of them had molecular data to sort of verify and back that up. One of them is found in Asia, Spiranthes hongkonensis, and the other one is found in the Rocky Mountains, Spiranthes diluvialis. So at the time, again, that I started my research, it was just these 2 that were confirmed. So, in approaching my work in Spiranthes, again, I'm really interested in how can we recognize species in groups that are traditionally challenging? How do patterns of hybridization inform our understanding of biodiversity and evolution and conservation? And to address this, I primarily use molecular phylogenetic work as well as deep morphological analysis to try and understand and contextualize this biodiversity. My intent, and I hope this is actually what happens, is to leave things in a better place than I found them. I know with Spiranthes can still be quite difficult sometimes, but hopefully we're getting there. And in general, for me, and of course the old joke is that if you ask 10 botanists what is a species, you'll get 15 answers. For me, a species is a morphologically distinct, independent, self-perpetuating lineage, and species can, of course, be formed through hybridization or isolation. To do this, again, I use a lot of molecular phylogenetic work. I've greatly expanded upon past efforts. I've been able to include 41 of the 43 known species. And again, I really try and capture as broad a diversity of morphological variability. I also, as an herbarium curator, I love herbarium specimens. And fortunately, Spiranthes is very well collected. So I've been able to analyze and annotate thousands of specimens, and then tried to have a wide set of molecular markers to understand these species. In terms of fieldwork, I've been working on this since 2011 about. So the white stars all indicate places that I've personally done field research. And then the yellow stars are areas where local collaborators have sent me material, which has been extremely beneficial for my research. I've been very fortunate to travel over a good part of the country, down from Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge in Florida, up to the Adirondacks, and then out in the Sierras in California. And in particular, so in this picture, some of you may recognize Jim Fowler, who unfortunately passed away a few years ago. Jim was a great mentor of mine and helped show me a lot of really amazing populations of Spiranthes that really augmented my work. So I just want to acknowledge and thank Jim. So next, we'll do a brief overview of evolutionary relationships. And just a note, the next slide will have a big phylogenetic tree with lots of tips on it. I don't expect anyone to actually read any of the tips, so don't worry about the actual individual lines. So, so each of the individual lines or individual samples that I've been able to include in my work. So these evolutionary relationships are, again, based on 8 nuclear and plastid genes. And that's really important because it tells us different evolutionary histories based on the maternal or the paternal lineage. Again, I've been able to include most of the species diversity. There are 297 individual samples, and the colors indicate the clades of species. Overall, most of the species that were previously known are fully supported and are monophyletic. My broad-scale phylogenetic reconstructions and comparisons between plastid and nuclear data sets actually did not detect most of the 14 hypothesized hybrids. Of course, there's still more work to do at the population level, but I did detect 6 potential hybrids, and I'll discuss some of those a little bit later. So simplifying it a little bit, Spiranthes can be boiled down to these groups of clades or groups of species. Most of the species that are found here in Ohio are in the Spiranthes cernua complex in blue, or the Spiranthes lacera complex in green. But again, there's a western clade, which actually has Spiranthes lucida in it, unusually. There's a Mesoamerican clade, and that also has some species in the southeast. And then there is a Eurasian clade for the species from Europe and Asia, Spiranthes odorata, all by itself, and then the 2 major clades of lacera and cernua. All right, so next I'll talk a little bit about hybridization of North American Spiranthes. So if you've looked at Spiranthes at all, you've probably heard about the Spiranthes cernua species complex. So this is a hypothesized group of species that all interact with each other. And when I first started my work, these 6 species were the species that were hypothesized to be in this group. Spiranthes casei, Spiranthes cernua, Manicamporum, Orcholuca, odorata, and Parksii. And it was hypothesized that cernua was essentially like a Venn diagram species. It was receiving genes from all of these other species. And this receiving of genes is what contributed to the variability of cernua in its traditional sense. And so part of my work has been actually testing this out, trying to understand what is going on. So to do this, as part of my overall work, I was able to sample 102 individuals from this broader clade, including the 6 previously mentioned species. And then again, most of my detection of hybridization has been by comparing nuclear and plastid data sets to understand different evolutionary histories of different parental species. And then really importantly, just looking at a molecular tree doesn't help you when you're trying to identify species. So I really do try and look at the morphology of these plants to actually find characters that can help people actually figure out what it is they have in front of them. So on the next slide, again, I'm going to show a tree. The individual terminals don't matter, but I've marked where the species sort of fall out. So looking at this, we find the original species part of this complex, including Spiranthes triloba, which is a species that I actually pulled out of synonymy. That's the Florida one that is sister to Manicamporum. And we find that, first of all, Spiranthes odorata isn't actually part of this complex. It's very distantly evolutionarily related. The whole cernua clade is, quote unquote, in between odorata and cernua. So that's very interesting in and of itself. And then when we look at Spiranthes cernua in particular, we have this clade of Spiranthes cernua, sort of Spiranthes cernua sensu stricto. Okay, great. But then we also have this other clade of things that we had called Spiranthes cernua when we sampled them. Okay. Then we found multiple hybrids. There was a first hybrid that was between cernua and Manicamporum. There was another hybrid actually between cernua and odorata. And this is somewhat common in Spiranthes, where you can actually get hybridization between different groups of species that are sometimes very distantly related to each other. We found another very unexpected hybrid between Cernua and Ovalis. As far as we're aware, this only occurs in Arkansas and possibly Missouri. And then finally, we have a last hybrid between Cernua and Orchid. And looking sort of across Spiranthes in general, we find these different hybridization networks. So on this picture, the species in rectangular boxes are what we believe are non-hybrid species. The species in circular or oval-shaped circles are the hybrid species. And then they're color-coded by clade. And so you can see it is a very complex relationship, but also very interesting, I think, as an evolutionary biologist. Because again, we're sort of starting to understand how species are interacting with each other. And in plants, hybridization is one of the main drivers of diversity. So it makes sense that this would be the case with Spiranthes. And so now, instead of just 6 species within the Spiranthes Cernua complex, we actually know it's a much more complicated story, including more species. So I've divided this, the top grouping above the line are what I call Spiranthes Cernua complex in the strict sense. So those are sort of the main characters. And then the whole slide, including the ones below the bar, are the Spiranthes Cernua complex in the broad sense. So these are other species that will occasionally interact and hybridize with these or are closely related to them, but aren't always the main characters. And then when we map this, this is the distribution of known hybrid species in North America. And what's really interesting to me as an evolutionary biologist is within hybrids, there's this idea or hypothesis that topography often facilitates hybridization, or other disruptors to species facilitates hybridization. But in Spiranthes, most of our hybrids are found in the relatively flat eastern half of the country. And this is sort of broadly true in general for Spiranthes. Most of the species diversity is found in eastern North America and actually along the coastal plain, which again sort of runs against broad currents in orchid diversity, where most of orchid diversity is found in tropical mountain systems. So again, what is it about the coastal plain, or in this case, the Great Lakes Basin, that might be facilitating hybridization? And these are some questions that we're still trying to figure out. So next, I'll be talking or doing a deep dive into the Spiranthes of Ohio. So just a little bit of background. So Spiranthes are actually relatively widely distributed across the entire state. Of course, there are individual species have their particular areas in which they grow, but across most of Ohio, you can find Spiranthes, which is fantastic. And in terms of the seasonality, when you're actually likely to see them, there's a strong preference or evolutionary preference for the latter half of the year. There are some species that bloom earlier in the year, but really if you're going to be looking for Spiranthes, or if you find one, it's much more likely to be in the latter half of the year. In terms of about when do these things actually bloom, this is a graph. Of course, these ends should be blurry. It's not like the 1st of September is when something starts to bloom, or when things will taper off. And even within Ohio, northern Ohio is of course going to be different than southern Ohio, sometimes by almost a month. But in terms of figuring out what you actually have in front of you, this may be helpful to remember. If you find a Spiranthes in May or June, it is almost assuredly Spiranthes lucida, because that is basically the only species that's blooming at that time. And so, these are questions that I have when I find a Spiranthes either in the field or in the herbarium, when I'm trying to figure out what is it that I actually have in front of me. So what month is it? Because again, phenology can be very important for Spiranthes, figuring out what it is. Are the leaves present? And if so, what shape are they? Are they linear and grass-like? Are they flat and ovate, held against the ground? Or sometimes Spiranthes will actually bloom without their leaves. They can be wintergreen, where the leaves actually emerge in the fall, persist over the winter into spring, and then fade, and then the flower emerges several months afterwards. What color is the labellum, also known as the lip? Is it white or is it another color? Are the flowers fragrant? And if so, what type of fragrance are you detecting? What are the sepals doing? So those are the outermost petal-like structures. Are they held upright? Are they bending downward? If you have a hand lens, which I strongly recommend you do when you're trying to figure out what Spiranthes are in the field, what shape are the hairs on the stem? Does the labellum have papillae? And I'll show a picture of that later. And also, again, what part of the state I am? What part of the state are you in? And what habitat do you see it in? Some Spiranthes can be quite generalist, but some do have very specific habitat and geographic distributions. All right, so the first species that I'll talk about. So the first species is Spiranthes lucida, and I have a soft spot in my heart for this because a large part of my field work when I was a grad student was actually finding populations of Spiranthes lucida. This is the earliest blooming species here in Ohio, approximately May to June. Typically, and for all of the habitat information I describe, typically you should go in front of it because Spiranthes don't read the rule book. So typically wet sites, most often fens or seeping meadows. I've also seen them in pond edges or the swales of lake dunes. Actually along Indiana, that's where I've seen them. And also road cuts. And sort of road cuts are a general habitat for most Spiranthes. In general, Spiranthes really like open habitats. They do not respond well to competition. So in a lot of habitats, once you start to get sometimes even just taller fore growth, but even particularly shrubs or woody growth, the Spiranthes will drop out. It doesn't mean that they die, it's just that they go dormant. Spiranthes have a really interesting population cycle where they can go dormant sometimes for years at a time. Sometimes, and by dormant I mean fully underground, not even producing leaves. Sometimes they'll go just a couple of years where they only produce leaves, and then they may bloom 1 year and then start the whole cycle over again. So if you find a population of Spiranthes 1 year, don't expect it to always be there visible the next year. You might have to wait a year or two. So with Spiranthes lucida, again, phenology is really easy, and also morphologically is one of the more distinctive species. It has this really cheerful, sort of egg yolk yellow center to its labellum. And when I talk about papillae, you can see on this picture, there's this little clump of what might look like dust or white dirt on the back of the labellum. Those are actually hairs, or little cellular structures that look like hairs. And technically, those are called papillae. They kind of look like little fingers projecting upwards when you look at it under a microscope. Those might be involved in, or probably involved in attracting pollinators. I'm not sure if anyone has looked at this in particular, but they probably fluoresce differently under UV light, which of course is what insects primarily see in. Again, this has to be tested, but that's my hypothesis. And they may actually produce nectar or maybe fragrance as well. The sepals in Spiranthes lucida are basically held straight ahead. They don't curve in any kind of way. And in Ohio, you do find it sort of south central, but more commonly up north near the lakes. And interestingly, Spiranthes lucida is one of these species that has a bunch of disjunct populations. There's a big disjunct population in the Ozarks. The primary population is in the Appalachians, and then there's some scattered populations elsewhere. And when we look at the evolutionary history of them, we can actually see some really cool geographic structuring. So the interior lowlands populations, which most likely, I haven't sampled from Ohio for this particular species, but most likely include the Ohio populations, are found in the There's an interior lowlands clade, which includes things from Pennsylvania, Michigan, Indiana, Wisconsin, probably Ohio. There's that core Appalachian clade, and then there's the Missouri Ozark clade. And the main split between these clades occurred from 800,000 to 600,000 years ago, probably tied to evolutionary history. The next species, in terms of when it blooms, is Spiranthes romantzoffeana. This is actually a threatened species here in Ohio, and this one is much more geographically restricted. It's only found in northeastern Ohio in very cool fen habitats. This species is essentially a North Boreal species. It's primarily distributed in Canada, up through Alaska, down the Sierras, again, in very cool habitats. And interestingly, in New York, we have the species down in the Finger Lakes and in the Appalachians, but most of our species have actually, or most of our populations of the species have actually dropped out, where even though they're sort of further north, you might think, oh, well, maybe those habitats haven't changed as much. But the Ohio populations are still remaining strong. So there's interesting, maybe land use differences between New York and Ohio in terms of why you've been able to keep Spiranthes romantzoffeana, whereas the populations in New York are starting to drop out. In terms of the morphology of this species, it has a very distinctive sort of hooded shape to the flower, hence the common name, which is the hooded Spiranthes, where the sepals sort of go almost directly up at an angle, wrapping around with the dorsal sepal and petal, forming this very distinctive pea-shaped or hood-shaped flower, with then the labellum hanging essentially straight down. If you were to actually dissect out the labellum, it has a very distinctive violin shape to it, which is unique within the genus. But I understand most people are not going to dissect out the flower, but in terms of the actual shape of the flower, you can still kind of see it because it's really just that bottom section that hangs out of the flower. Next is Spiranthes vernalis. So this, in contrast to the two preceding species, this often occurs in drier habitats. Not always, but seems to prefer it. The places I've found this picture on the upper left is actually from a road embankment in Virginia where there were thousands of individuals. This is one of the species that can actually be quite weedy, quote unquote weedy, in the right habitat. Roadsides are primarily its main habitat that I've found it, but also lawns. I've seen it grow quite frequently in lawns. The flowers are pure white, but it does have a very nice yellow labellum. The sepals, again, are held straight, but they're kind of cupped, so they seem very linear, very, very narrow. And this is where a hand lens is very helpful, because if you look at the hairs on the stems, and these plants are covered in fine hairs, the hairs are pointed. In all other Spiranthes, they either lack hairs, so the stem is either smooth, or the hair has like a little globe on the top of it. So Spiranthes vernalis is extremely distinctive in having these pointed hairs. Something that's a little bit more obvious, sometimes without the aid of a hand lens, is you can see on these pictures the bract at the base of the flower. It has this semi-translucent margin to it that somewhat appears white. Again, that is basically only found in Spiranthes vernalis, or at least in terms of the species that you're likely to find in Ohio. So again, a relatively unique character that can help very quickly identify this particular species. Spiranthes lacera is our next species. Again, this is one that tends to prefer drier habitats. Again, not always, but more often than not. And I've actually found this quite frequently in power line cuts. I've seen it in cemeteries. Again, it likes very open, very low-statured grassy environments. The flowers are pure white, but distinctively, it has a very deep green center to its lip. And this is one species where the leaves are actually basal and ovate. Sometimes when you find it, the leaves will be already withered. But if you do find leaves, again, this is another very easily distinguishing characteristic. And when in Ohio, this is more of a southern species, getting up to central Ohio. But again, in the northeast, you are likely to find it. There are two known varieties of Spiranthes lacera, Spiranthes lacera variety lacera, as well as Spiranthes lacera variety gracilis. When you look at the ends of the variability, they can be quite distinctive, where variety glacera has a very tightly coiled spiral. The flowers tend to be held very regularly spaced to each other, whereas on the other end, variety lacera tends to be a much more loose spiral, sometimes not even appearing as a spiral at all. And you often get a gap in between the lowest flowers and the flowers higher up. But there is somewhat of a continuum in variability. So, Spiranthes lacera is sometimes just good enough of an identification without getting down into the exact variety. Spiranthes tuberosa is our next species. This one appears very similar to lacera, but the most easily defining character is that it's completely pure white. The flowers are also very, very tiny. And by very tiny, I mean 3 or 4 millimeters. These are very, very small flowers. This is actually one of the species that I think is not pollinated by bumblebees. I think it's pollinated by elected bees. And I think probably if a bumblebee probably tried to land on it, it might actually bend the stem over. This is another species that has these basal ovate leaves, but of course, they're usually withered when you find them. I've actually only seen this species once, and I actually almost stepped on it. It was on a preserve on Long Island, former cranberry bog, and we're just walking along the path, and I happened to look down, and I'm sort of half standing on this little clump of stems, and I take a second look, and it turned out to be Spiranthes tuberosa. So this is a very easy species to overlook because it is very, very small. However, when you do find it, it can be locally common. It just takes a lot of effort to look. So again, this map probably is an undercount just because it's so easy to overlook. But it's a very charming species. And another common name for this one is the pearl twist, and it's the only Spiranthes to have a common name that doesn't have lady stresses in it. Next is Spiranthes ovalis. In terms of habitat, this is a distinctive species for Ohio. So unlike basically all of the species that I've mentioned before, this one is found almost exclusively in woodlands, sometimes mesic woodlands, although it can be found sort of at the edges, brushy edges as well. Again, the flowers are pure white. They're not fragrant. One of the more defining characters of this one is that it has these lanceolate leaves that go halfway up the stem. In other species that have somewhat similarly shaped leaves, the leaves are usually only found at the base of the plant. So in terms of if you find something with sort of somewhat lanceolate leaves that are climbing up the stem in a wooded environment, it is most assuredly Spiranthes ovalis. Next, we have good old Spiranthes cernua in its new incarnation. So most of the specimens and populations found here in Ohio that were previously called Spiranthes cernua are now other species that I'll talk about in a moment. Within Ohio, and again, this line on the map should not be considered a hard set line. It's of course going to be a little bit blurry, but as far as I'm able to tell, Spiranthes cernua is really restricted to southeastern Ohio. Again, maybe a little bit further north, but most of the populations are going to be other species. This blooms primarily in wet to mesic habitats. I've seen it growing in standing water, seeping meadows, fen-like habitats, edges of ponds are another common habitat for it, and of course, still roadsides. Compared to similar species, the flowers are essentially pure white, and they do often nod quite strongly with age. and they typically lack fragrance. And with some of its close relatives or lookalikes, they will be fragrant. The labellum is smooth, and the leaves are linear. Next, we have a species that I was fortunate enough to describe as part of my graduate work. And this is actually the population that I mentioned at the beginning of the talk that I first saw in the Adirondack Mountains. So this is Spiranthes archicephala. It's one of these species that has been pulled out of Spiranthes cernua. And I named it archicephala because, again, most of, but of course not all, of the known populations have these very distinctive lateral sepals that arch downwards. You'll see in the bottom center, there are some populations that, of course, frustratingly, don't have that character. But in general, if you see a white Spiranthes blooming in the fall that has these sepals that are arching downwards, is most likely going to be Spiranthes archicephala. The flowers, if you have different stems in front of you, the flowers of Spiranthes archicephala are also quite boxy when you look at it sort of in profile, whereas some of the other species will be more narrow and tubular. And again, in terms of geography, you're most likely to see this sort of along the West Virginia border or northern Ohio. But again, never say never. This is just based on the data that we have now. Another species that was pulled out of Spiranthes cernua is Spiranthes incurva. And this species had actually been described about a century ago, but was put into synonymy under Spiranthes cernua. So previously we thought it was just part of the variability of cernua. And this is one of the hybrids. So this is Spiranthes cernua crossed with Spiranthes mancamporum. Again, bloomed in the fall. This one has a wide degree of habitat preferences. I've seen it growing in shallow water in dune swales along the Great Lakes, up to exceptionally dry prairies in Wisconsin, where they're only just a couple of inches tall. So wide degree of habitat variation with a preference for drier sites. Again, talking about flower shape, whereas archicephala can be quite boxy. You can see in Spiranthes incurva, the flowers are often sort of elongated and somewhat tubular. The flowers are often ascending. They can look somewhat star-like. And the petals and the sepals often have a very fine, narrow shape to them. Next species is Spiranthes ochrolouca. This is a long-established species that's been closely related to Spiranthes cernua. There's been long questions about, are they actually the same species? No, it isn't. They are actually different. This is slightly later blooming compared to incurva, archicephala, and cernua, and it's found broadly across the state. This one, again, has a slight preference for drier sites. However, the old saying that cernua grows at the bottom of the ditch and ochrolouca grows at the top of the ditch, not quite right. There's a good amount of variation in there. So again, typically, probably with a lot of this habitat information. And the color in these is actually much more ivory, yellowish, ochroloucish. I know that can be somewhat subjective, and it really helps if you are able to have the plants next to each other. But even in isolation, when you look at these flowers, they have a distinctively darker coloration compared to archicephala, which is basically like paper white. These are definitely much more yellow, ivory color. And a really good character, again, requires a hand lens and maybe some flexibility and dexterity, is to look at the underside of a flower. So on ochrolouca, the underside of the lip is this very dark golden yellow. And in similar species, the underside of the labellum is either pure white or just a very faint pale yellow. Spiranthes ochrolouca is also one of the species that is fragrant. And of course, fragrance can be subjective from one person to the next. I've heard and personally smelled ochrolouca and have heard it described as fruity or musky, sometimes not actually fairly pleasant. Where in some of the other species, it's much more of a general floral fragrance to like a vanilla fragrance in Manicamphora. And just a note, sometimes in Spiranthes ocholuca, the leaves can actually be quite large. So again, a helpful differentiation between Incurva, which almost always has very linear grass-like leaves. So next is one of the more contentious species of Spiranthes. It's Spiranthes capnospira. So this is another one that I described as part of my graduate work. And originally, when I described it, the data that I had suggested this was only found in the southern Appalachians. And then work by others actually said, actually, the species is much more widely distributed than we originally thought. This one, again, tends to have a preference for drier sites, often in prairies or former prairies. This one, the flower is sort of a ivory, so it's not quite as dark as Ocholuca, but it's not pure white like it is in Archistopula. I have a slide where I actually compare some of these characters, so I'll talk a little bit more about the fine morphology in a minute. In terms of where it is, it seems to be sort of coming in from the east and going diagonally across Ohio. It's also known from Illinois and Indiana, and then it goes up into Pennsylvania and the Finger Lakes area of New York. So this is one where we're still trying to pin down the exact distribution, but it seems to be sort of this middle section of Ohio, which actually corresponds to the meeting point of the northern edge of Cernua and sort of the western part of Ocholuca, which, in terms of being a hybrid, makes sense. So just a little bit, talking a little bit more about the debate about the identity of these plants. So Chuck Cheviak, who was a longtime specialist on Spiranthes working at the New York State Museum, had long hypothesized that this hybrid combination existed and that there was sort of rampant backcrossing and intergression between these two species. I was able to provide the first molecular data actually supporting this hybridization. At the time, I only knew it from the southern Appalachians and the Carolinas, and I named it Capnospira, which is actually Greek for smoky spiral, because the populations that I found grew around the Smoky Mountain National Park. So I thought, oh, perfect, it's restricted there, perfect name for it. And then in 2001, some other researchers included other populations from across Illinois, sort of the low inlands, and they found hybridization that at the time they weren't able to say exactly which parents it was between, and they actually named it as Spiranthes cheviakii. When I included this data into my data set, I found that the hybridization pattern was actually the same in both instances, where it was Cernua hybridizing with Ocholuca. According to the formal names of botany, hybrids are only allowed to have one name, and so the name Capnospira has priority over Cheviakii. And then, so one of our last individual species is Spiranthes manicamporum. Again, another one of my personal favorites. This is very common in Wisconsin, where I did my graduate work, so I was able to see a lot of it. This is probably the latest blooming species here in Ohio. Again, a wide distribution of habitats. I've seen it grow in extremely dry alvars that sort of bake in heat, very dry prairies. But then, I know that the middle habitat picture isn't the greatest. That's actually a lake dune swale along Lake Michigan, where I found these populations of Spiranthes manicamporum. They were about this tall, and they had leaves that were about this long. That was the first time I ever saw Spiranthes manicamporum with leaves. Usually they bloom without leaves, but apparently when they get wet enough, they retain their leaves for a long period of time. However, when you encounter Spiranthes manicamporum, you're almost assuredly to just find it as a flower stem without the leaves. This is again one where you have tubular shape to the flower. The labellum is typically a very nice, bright, sunny yellow. And this one is intensely fragrant. I was having a conversation with someone before, and you can usually smell these before you actually see them. It's a really lovely vanilla, spicy fragrance to it. This is one of the species that has papillae, which can be very helpful for differentiating it between Caprospira or Incurva, which lack papillae on their labellum. And in terms of distribution, this is one of these species, somewhat unusually, that is much more common in the western part of the state or the northern part of the state, again, corresponding to prairie habitats. And then also in the sort of central bottom picture, you can see they often have these very, very large bracts to them, which are probably the largest of any species found here in Ohio. So then I have some pictures. Again, I know I've been talking a lot about characters. Sometimes it's better to see them when you can actually, or understand them when you can actually compare them. So we have Cernua on the left, Incurva in the middle, Manicamporum on the right. And of course, again, Incurva is the hybrid between Cernua sensostrictu and Manicamporum. You can see, the flower shape of Incurva has that sort of tubular oblong shape that's found in Manicamporum. In terms of the texture of the labellum, the texture, and this is a rehydrated herbarium specimen for Cernua, but the thickness of Cernua is much thinner, whereas in Orchid it has a very, very thick labellum. And then Incurva will sort of be intermediate in between the two. And then again, referencing papillae, which you can see if you have a hand lens, on the right-hand side, you can kind of see these little specks in the middle of the picture, hopefully. Those are the little finger-like projections that are sticking up from the labellum. Again, you can see them very clearly with a hand lens. And this character is missing in Incurva and Cernua. And then again, just reinforcing geography, Cernua is relatively restricted in Ohio, as is Manicamporum. So if you find one, it's most likely to be Incurva. And then again, just throwing in Ocholuca, which is another species that is commonly misidentified with these plants. You can see again that golden yellow color on the base of the labellum is very important for differentiating the species. And again, Ocholuca lacks papillae, so if you're trying to decide between Manicamporum and Ocholuca, look for the papillae. And then the lateral sepals in Ocholuca are often sort of low set against the profile of the flower. And by that I mean, with Manicamporum, they kind of stick up like this. With Ocholuca, they're kind of held much further down. And in particular, the base of the sepal, where it connects to the ovary, is quite low, sometimes almost appearing below the main body of the flower. So when you have two stems in front of you, these can be very, hopefully, helpful characteristics, trying to differentiate them. And then the last comparison is comparing Spiranthes cernua in its new strict sense, Ocholuca, and Caprospira. And again, Caprospira is the hybrid that occurs sort of in the middle of Ohio where these two species meet. I will fully confess, this is the one that I have the most difficulty with. And again, because the distribution of the species and our concept of it is still somewhat evolving, we're still trying to pin down characters. So I will fully admit, it can still be very difficult to identify these. The way that I typically do it is that, and I know this is somewhat of a cop-out, but if it looks like it's in between Cernua and Ocholuca, it probably is. And a lot of the characters, again, as far as we understand them, are somewhat intermediary. So, Cernua, basically a pure white flower, basically a pure white labellum. In Ocholuca, a much more yellow, ivory-colored flower with a very bright yellow labellum. And then Caprospira is essentially a slightly ivory flower with a paler yellow lip. Again, I understand those are sometimes frustratingly vague characters, but again, this is an evolving situation. And this is where, if you post to iNaturalist, or if you make herbarium specimens, or if you otherwise make observations, all this information helps us figure out exactly what these plants are. And then last, I'll leave you with a note to be on the lookout. So there's a species called Spiranthes odorata, which is primarily found along the geologic coastal plain of the US. However, it has these very unusual populations that are disjunct in the central part of the state. Some of these have been long known from the 1980s. However, some of them are much more recent. The populations from Alabama were only found in 2014. Some of the ones in eastern Tennessee only known or only discovered in 21. And then up in New York, we actually found it growing in the Finger Lakes, of all places. It was initially reported as new in 2014, and then when it was reported as new, I went back into the herbarium with a little bit of a closer eye, and I was actually able to find a herbarium specimen from 1945. So, with Spiranthes, never say never. These things have a habit of popping up in places. The habitat for Spiranthes odorata is typically flooded woodlands. Further south, that often means taxodium swamps. But inland, it grows in sort of elm, fraxinus, or whatever is now taking over for fraxinus, flooded forests. So this one really likes flooded forest, permanently wet, inundated habitats. So again, it's not known from Ohio, but I would not be surprised at all if someone found it along the Ohio River or elsewhere further in the state where its habitats occur. Again, like Manicamporum, this is one that you can sometimes smell before you see. Odorata is a really good species name for this. All right, so in summary, hybridization is a very important driver of speciation with Spiranthes. However, the combinations and the frequency isn't as we've always anticipated or hypothesized. I fully acknowledge many species are quite visually similar, but with close and careful examination, you can hopefully pin down what it is that you have in front of you. And lastly, never say never with Spiranthes. There's always something new to discover. So thank you very much.
We have time for a question or two for, yes, sir, back there.
Yes, so I'm from California, and we've only got a few Spiranthes, Romanzophiana, Porifolia, and I noticed you had a couple of natural hybrids up there, Extirpated, and I forgot, was it Sierra or something like that? So can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because how many species are there, and what are the natural hybrids?
So the question was actually about the species that occur in the Sierra of California. So it's most likely, so most of the plants are Romanzophiana or Porifolia. And then there's a third species called Paraxylus, which was one that Chuck Cheviak described. The hybrid between Paraxylus and Romanzophiana is Stellata. And I've actually seen that where you have both parental species, and then you have the hybrid all growing in the same environment. And in California, in the Sierras, you almost exclusively find them in these high mountain fens, sedge habitats, grass habitats, which again is very similar to what you find here in Ohio. And then one species, or one hybrid that I described from there, Sierra, is the hybrid between Porifolia and Paraxylus, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Maybe everybody's ready for a break. All right, let's thank Dr. Pace again for his interesting. I think, as Chief Johnson mentioned before, we all look forward to this one each time because it's very current, it's very new, very interesting in terms of the new stuff that's been found in the last couple of years. And it will be presented by Andrew Lane Gibson, Andrew has degrees from Hocking College and Ohio University and has been with ODNR DNAP for over a decade now. So without further ado, please welcome Andrew Gibson.
Thank you very much, John. Quick little anecdote about Spiranthes after Matthew's amazing talk, which was very enlightening. As some people know, I have a bog garden in my yard, and it's got a Spiranthes growing in it that we kind of settled on is a cultivar of Bitensis. I think Chad's forward. Does that sound right, Matthew? Well, I've got several plants in it, and last fall, as we know, it was exceptionally dry, so I did not mow my backyard for about 2 months. And I had a mature flowering Spiranthes pop up in my backyard that was identical to what was in my bog garden. So it can handle glacial clay soils in Delaware County just fine. So I thought that was pretty interesting. We'll see if it comes back this year. But to move into my talk, the best plant discoveries of 23 and 24. This is the 6th time in a row I've given this talk. And even before I started giving it, this was my favorite presentation. So it means a lot to be responsible for this, and I hope I always do a well enough job and give people their dues. I always enjoyed seeing my name up there when I was an upcoming botanist, and we definitely have some botanical stars that are featured. So first, I always like to show kind of I'm a big map nerd, so some spatial representation of data. But this talk is the biggest and meatiest that I've ever had, so I really had to limit what I could feature. We had 145 new rare plant records in 23 and 24, and if you're watching at the end, you're like, I didn't see mine up there, I didn't know about it. You gotta let me know. So this is based on what we found in our division, and as Jeff mentioned, our excellent volunteer botanists and amateur botanists out there giving us information. But of those 145 new rare records, 83 different species are represented. 8 are new to Ohio's flora, 4 are presumed extirpated species, 45 endangered, and 26 threatened. And then we have finds from 41 of our 88 different counties, with Jackson coming in at a whopping 27 records, and Lawrence County 20, and Scioto coming in at 3rd with 10. And if you're wondering why Jackson and Lawrence, if you remember my talks, we never see numbers like that from a single county. Well, we had grants to do rare plant surveys on a couple sites that we are either have purchased or in the transition of purchasing in Jackson County. So a lot of time on the ground there. And we had a grant with Wayne National Forest to do rare plant surveys on their land. So we were running around Lawrence County a lot especially, and it was very fruitful. Very ticky, but very fruitful. So first are our featured species new to Ohio. We have small jack in the pulpit. This is a discovery in Jackson County by Megan Bolte, Iris Copen, Rick Gardner, myself, and Sean Pagoshnik last year. This is the first confirmed record for this species in Ohio. Previous ones have been considered dubious or misidentified. And this was in one of the aforementioned really cool Jackson County sites that we were doing surveys in. And it was growing in a very high quality Appalachian seed community with other rare and conservative plants. This is, as you can see from the map, a species more common further to the south and east of Ohio. If you're wondering how in the world do I tell this apart from the common jack that you see all over the place, it differs by having the underside of the spathe be either entirely purple or entirely green, not striped as you would typically see, a more cylindrical and narrow spathe, which is this little reproductive structure there. The underside of the leaves are green rather than glaucous, and it tends to be smaller and like a swampier habitat. So next we have Harper's bristly stalk sedge, another new state record discovered by Iris and Sean. Don't get tired of their names because I'm going to be saying them a lot. Really proud to have them on staff with us, and we let them pretty much run around like feral dogs in southern Ohio. And they definitely made their money's worth out of it. So they found it in Jackson County in 23, and then the group of us I mentioned in the previous slide, we found it at that same site actually growing like a stone's throw away from the small jack in the pulpit. So cool site with some cool plants. Found it both in these high quality seed-influenced forests and wetlands, and Iris gets most of the credit for this because she noticed that it kind of differs from normal Leptolia. And it's got a more robust form with larger spikes, larger perigenia, and the pistil scales kind of have a more acutely on thing. When you see it in person, if you're familiar with the more regular one, you'll kind of be like, oh, that does look a bit different. So we need to keep our eye out in southern and southeastern Ohio for leptolia sites to compare to this stuff. Next is water purslane, a new state record discovered in Jackson County by Iris and Coleman Minnie last year. They were doing aquatic plant surveys throughout Lake Catherine, our state nature preserve down there, when Iris spotted this quite nondescript aquatic plant. Even though Lake Catherine is a man-made or man-dammed up lake, there used to be a series of beaver-influenced wetlands in that valley prior to that, so we hypothesize that this plant is just a relic of that former community. And like a lot of aquatic plants, pretty easy to miss, kind of nondescript, but linear leaves opposite, alternating 90 degrees on the stem, single sessile flowers, lacking petals. Once you get it in the hand, you'll notice it's a little different, but kind of a weird, oddly distributed species that we're pretty happy to have in Ohio, and quite disjunct, as you can see on the map. Another great iris find, or an iris, she didn't originally find strong quillwort, but Jim Osborne found this in 2015, and it was originally identified as Engelmann's quillwort. Well, Iris went to the site in 24 to check on the population and looked at it and was like, man, that looks a bit off. Did a little bit of research and annotated it to Isoetes valida, a species we didn't know we had in Ohio. It shows a pretty nice spot to grow. It grows in kind of mucky, sandy soil at the base of a really aesthetic waterfall deep in the Hocking Hills. You didn't know, quillworts are very easy to miss and walk over, but if you look in the little envelope at the base of the leaves, you get these little packages of megaspores, and which are this right here, highly magnified. And that is the best way to ID an Isoetes species, because each species has its own uniquely patterned megaspores. Next is Maryland Meadow Beauty. This is a new state record in Lawrence County found by Iris and Sean in 23. They found it growing in a moist to wet sandy opening near a wetland, growing coincidentally with its kin Virginia Meadow Beauty. The two can be best told apart by Maryland having paler pink flowers and a more or less round stem. Virginia Meadow Beauty has darker flowers and kind of a four-angled or four-sided stem. Funny with this one, we had not, if you can see at the map, it's been found in all 5 of our surrounding states, with Ohio sad and empty, and we've always kind of hypothesized it's probably here somewhere. Well, Iris and Sean, when we were down in Lawrence County, are like, we're going to find it. And I was like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. I guess I'm a little more jaded than they are at this point. And sure enough, one day we were out, and I had to drive back to Columbus, so I bugged out a bit early. No sooner do I get cell service again on 93 when Iris is calling me going, guess what we found? So I consider myself bad luck and let them run around more, because they tended to find the best stuff when I was not with them, this being one of them. Lastly, we have Small's black snake root. This is a new state record discovered in Lawrence County by Iris. Say it with me, Iris and Sean. And then later on, a new county record for Jackson found with, Rick was with them. But looking at it, you walking by, you would just mistake it mostly as our more weedy or generalist Seniculus species. But this one you can tell apart by it's got more of a thicker leaf to it, a little kind of leathery, and has these whitened veins. The white veins are easier to see in person, and also it's a perennial species, so it's got these thickened cord-like roots. They found it growing in a dry mesic upland woods on west-facing slopes. And it's kind of cool. We've actually kind of had our eye on this species for a while, thinking it probably is hiding somewhere in southern Ohio. So fun to be proved right and have our eagle-eyed young botanists out there finding this kind of stuff. So next are our featured extirpated finds. If you didn't know, extirpated just means that we have not seen this species in the wild in Ohio in at least 20 years. Oftentimes a lot longer than that. First up is black rock moss. This was rediscovered in Ohio for the first time in over 80 years in Geauga County by Sean. And he found this actually in mid-December last year, so it just barely squeaked into this presentation. But prior to that, it had only been seen or collected once in Ohio back in 1940 in Hocking County. He found it growing on a steeply east-facing acidic sandstone cliff face. And this site is actually known for a number of other really cool, rare mosses and lichens that Sean has found in the past. And we have another Andreaea, pronouncing that right, genus moss that looks quite similar, but is a little more common than that. But they have these really cool, unique capsules that unfortunately Sean's population was not doing that, so I had to take some iNaturalist photos, but definitely hope to see that in the field one day. Next we have sweet shrub. This was rediscovered in Ohio for the first time in nearly 90 years in Meigs County by Steve Barnett in 2023. The last time native wild plants were seen was in the 1930s, also in Meigs County. Really attractive shrub with really aromatic flowers that kind of have a sweet, spicy aroma. I have a couple cultivars of this in my home garden, and when this thing starts blooming in May, I absolutely love it. Cool story with this, the discoverer, Barnett, he has it on his private property in Meigs County, has known about the plants for years, but didn't think much of it. And he follows us, our DNAP social media page on Facebook, and saw us post about this species and got in contact with us and said, hey, I've got this on my property. So I think it was Chief Botanist, Rick Gardner, and I think Megan went with them and checked it out. And because this is planted and often found in old homesteads, so when we do see it, it's like, well, it was planted by somebody, it's not a truly indigenous population. By all accounts, this one is down on Barnett's property, so really cool to have this one back in Ohio's flora. Two-leaved water milfoil. This was rediscovered in Champaign County for the first time in 30 years by Melissa Spring in 2021, but we didn't confirm its identity until 23, so that's why it's in the talk now. And Noah Ganson also found it in Logan County for the first time in over 30 years just this past year. Like a lot of aquatic plants, inconspicuous, submerged aquatic that you can easily overlook or misidentify. But when they are flowering or fruiting, it's a little bit more conspicuous and actually pretty easy to identify between them. But really sensitive species, and we have 3 native myriophyllans in Ohio, and of the 3, they're all endangered at this point, because this one will be moved up to endangered next time we update the list, and just a really rare and perilled group of plants that, aren't all that pretty, but that doesn't matter some. And then finally, we have elliptic-leaved arrowhead. This was rediscovered in Ohio for the first time in 50-plus years in Washington County by Iris and Sean. And then this past year, Mike Toth discovered a new county record in Portage County. And then one really hot summer day when Iris, Sean, and I were messing around around the banks of the Ohio River, we found another population of it in Lawrence County. This is kind of the same story where this arrowhead is frequently used in wetland restorations and cultivation, will escape. But all these populations, by all accounts, seem to be native. We couldn't find any evidence of any plants nearby, and they were pretty rural and out in the middle of nowhere. So we're going to go ahead and say that they're native. Can be best told apart from other Sagittarius species by its elliptic, unlobed leaves, and especially its fruiting heads hang down kind of on recurved pedestals, and also some other technical and chemical characteristics. So moving into the meat of the talk, our featured endangered finds. First is bushy broom sedge. This was rediscovered in Lawrence County at numerous sites by Iris and Sean in 2023. After the first time or two they found this, they actually started to get the nose for it and predictably started to find it growing in these moist, acidic, early successional habitats that had seen recent disturbance. Previously, it was previously only known from a single extant site in Gallia County. Ohio is one of those, like Matthew kind of talked about, being at the periphery of ranges. That's this species in Ohio. Very common further south, just barely makes it into Ohio. But all their finds actually moved this from endangered to threatened status, which is what you want to see. Next is black stem spleenwort. This is a new site for Adams County discovered by Rich McCarty in 2020, but we didn't know about it until 2023, and this is such a cool find, we had to toss it in. This marks only the second known extant site and only the 3rd time this fern has ever been collected or seen in Ohio. Rich found about 100 plants growing up in one of those really large, kind of house-sized, moss-covered dolostone boulders in an upland limestone wood. Say that 10 times fast. At the northern, same thing, one of those at the northern limits of its range here in Ohio. It's only ever been found in Adams County, but much more common once you get down into the southern U.S. and even goes on down into central Mexico. Northern fox sedge. This is a new county record for Sandusky, discovered by Sean a couple years ago. This marks only the 2nd confirmed extant site left in Ohio, the other up in Lucas County. This is a sedge that I've been after for over a decade, going to old sites, looking in appropriate habitat, just coming up empty. So I had very few life sedges left in Ohio, so I have Sean to thank for helping me out and getting this one. He found it growing in a wet, sunny opening of a swampy flatwoods with other wetland sedges. This one's a species of the northern Midwest and Great Lakes up into the Northeast, but It's again barely makes it into Ohio. It's actually kind of uncommon just about everywhere it occurs. Really attractive sedge. I mean, if you're a sedge head like me and some of the others, most people just see a green plant and they don't know what to say. But to me, that's a really cool. Cuspidate dodder, a new county record for Summit, discovered by Chris Polling in 2023. This species was on the very verge of being presumed extirpated before its discovery, so really nice timing by Chris. And he must have the eye for rare daughters because about 5 years ago he also unextirpated Cuscuta coralli down in Athens County. If you didn't know, daughters are non-photosynthetic parasitic plants that tap into their host plants' vascular systems for nutrients. So all the green you're seeing of that plant is the host plant. The daughter is just the kind of orangey, whitish vine with all the flowers. A very charismatic plant, soapwort gentian. This was rediscovered in Jackson County by Iris in 2023, and then rediscovered in Claremont County by Adam Wolfmeyer in 24. This species had not been seen in either county in at least 60 plus years. Previously only known from a handful of extant sites up in the Oak Openings region of Lucas County. And this gentian prefers moist, wet, acidic, and somewhat sandy soils and typically pretty high quality grassland thicket environments, which is where Iris and Adam found it in both sites. And kind of an interesting fact is gentians were named after King Gentius, a ruler of Illyria in the 6th century who thought these wildflowers could cure his soldiers of malaria. If you ever wonder where the name gentian came from, I kind of did. Mud plantain. So if we were to give out an award for comeback plant of the past 2 years, it's this one. This one, going into 2023, was right on the verge of being presumed extirpated. But then Sean and Iris especially went out all along the Ohio River and got new county records for Monroe, Washington County, Adams, Brown, and Scioto County with the help of John Baird, Cat Benz, and Dan Boone. John Rainier unexpectedly and kind of shockingly found it up in Cuyahoga County, and then they also rediscovered it in Hamilton, Lawrence, and Meigs County. So that's to say, going into 2023, almost presumed extirpated, due to all their finds, it is now being delisted and going to just be potentially threatened. So it must have just been a really good couple years for it. But here you can see Iris standing in the best population they found, that ground cover that looks like some noxious invasive. It's the mud plantain. Canada St. John's wort, new county record for Pawnee, discovered by Chris Polling in 23, and then also a new site in Lucas County, discovered by Todd Creole, Rick Gardner, Phoebe Jackson, and Trevor Zook. This was previously only known from a few extant populations in the Oak Openings region. Species of open acidic wetlands and is pretty quick to disappear as a site grows up. This is one of those a certain snapshot in successional time to find, so excellent timing. It's just one of over 15 species of Hypericum that we have in Ohio. American lovage. This is kind of a new site / rediscovered in Lawrence County by myself, Elizabeth Mack, and Sean in 2023. The only known extant site in the state right now, actually the previous only other known one is just a couple hollows over, but Sean and I scoured it multiple times trying to find it and couldn't, so this might be the only one we have once more. Small vegetative only population, but a lifer for me. And curiously, it has the epithet of Canadense of Canada, and another common name is Canadian licorice root, but this species has never come within hundreds of miles of occurring in Canada, so not sure where that epithet came from. You could easily confuse it with some other umbellifers, or especially like the baneberries, white baneberry. But the important thing with this is to see that the veins actually go all the way out to the very tips of the teeth along the margins of the leaves. And also the basal bottom lobing of those leaflets is toothless as well. So it was kind of one of those things, once we saw that character, we were pretty confident, texted Rick, and Rick gave us the thumbs up. So and if the boss says if it's that plant, then we're gonna go with it. So really cool to find this American lovage growing down in Wayne National Forest. Plains Muhlenbergia, not to play favorites, but this is one of my very favorite finds in this entire talk. Sean found this as a new county record in Seneca County last year. He found it growing along the state scenic Sandusky River, this really, really cool limestone ledge. Anyways, growing on a really cool limestone ledge in a river scour community with other rare, previously unknown rare and conservative species. So this grass is a relic of the western tallgrass prairies eastward extension to Ohio following glaciation. And this marks only the third known extant population in the state for this small but aesthetic grass. And then another Muhlenbergia, smooth-flowered muhly. This is a new county record for Lawrence County, discovered by Iris, Jim McCormick, and Sean in 2023. And then we have a new county record for Coshocton and Muskingum, discovered by Iris, myself, and Sean in 2024. So this grass was only previously known from one single site in the state in Pike County that was found by the late and great Dave Minnie in 2001. At least for Iris, Sean, and I's populations, we found a lot of it growing in mesic woodlands along the edge of a large wetland complex that kind of straddled the county line there. It's uncommon to rare grass across much of its range, with Ohio sites about 300 plus miles away from the nearest other site to the west. Really common, really similar to the common wire stem muley, but differs in some technical characteristics. But once we got the eye for it and started to see more and more of it, I'm kind of curious how many more times we can find this grass and just how rare it truly is, or if people are just overlooking it. Because that Muskingum and Coshocton County sites, that shocked us, and we kind of had to double check our math, IDing the specimens, but that's what it was. So who knows where else it could be in the state. Bullhead lily, new county record for Williams, discovered by Mark Warman in 2023. And then new county record for Medina by Rob Curtis, Jim Spetz, and Mark Warman in 2023. Their new finds fortunately moved the species from endangered to threatened, but kind of unfortunately, as all of Ohio's populations of the species are rather small, and it is restricted to our natural bodies of water, which are quite uncommon in the state today. Best told apart by the much more common yellow pond lily, Nufarludia. This species has red marks on the inside of the tepals on the flowers, while our more common one has green patches. And then bullhead lily leaves float flat on the water, while spatterdock tends to keep its leaves kind of elevated on the water. Leah shadow lichen, new county record for Scioto County, discovered by Iris and Sean last year. This species was first found and described to science from the Cincinnati area back in 1839, and after that, not seen again until it was rediscovered in Illinois in 1978, and then subsequently rediscovered in Ohio in 2004. So this marks the first time it's been found outside of Adams County, and restricted to the Ohio River Valley and its watersheds, where it grows in a very unique habitat niche for a lichen, where it grows on tree trunks and floodplains near a high water level. It's ranked by NatureServe as a G2, or globally imperiled species with extinction. And what doesn't help is this lichen really likes to grow on ash trees, and with emerald ash borer, we've lost a lot of our fraxinus. So this already imperiled lichen is growing on a tree that is really disappeared, so kind of a double whammy for this one. So every find counts. Black-seeded needlegrass, like one of the most metal grasses we have in Ohio, one of my favorite grasses. New sites for Lawrence County, discovered by Iris, myself, and Sean a couple years ago. It's previously only known from a single site in the state, also in Lawrence County. Unusual aesthetic grass with the large grains bearing twisted needle-like awns, so it's pretty well named, kind of look like little porcupine quills, if you will. We found it growing on dry, open hillsides and open upland woods in the Lake Vesuvius area. Actually, the biggest population we found was growing right along the trail, along the lake that people walk by all the time. And in fact, we walked by it the first time and didn't see it, and it took us coming back with the sunlight hitting it a different way to notice it. And looking at it, we're like, there's tons of it. How did we walk by it? It goes to show that's why I like out and back. I don't like loop trails unless I'm doing it the other way, because most of my best finds I find on the way back. There's something about the other angle, I guess. Wolf's bluegrass, new county record for Butler County, discovered by Dan Boone, Michelle Comer, Catherine Connor, Rick Garner, Greg Payton, and Eric Segesser in 2022, but we didn't get the grass confirmed ID'd until a couple years ago. Previously only known from a single site in the state in Pike County, and grows on a really cool remnant slump prairie with other rare and conserved species. You can see a cool picture there taken by Rick Gardner on the right, which is now fortunately a state nature reserve called Doty High Banks, so this grass can be protected and managed in perpetuity. And another one of those rarities across much of its Midwestern range, and if you know anything about POAs, they can be a pain in the butt to ID and take some dissecting scope action. Spotted pondweed, rediscovered in Jackson County by Iris and Sean at 2 different sites in 2024. As you can see, it's disappeared from the few other places it occurred in the state, with the only other extant sites in Summit County. Fortunately, pondweeds can be a bit of a pain to ID down to species level, but this one Characteristically has a black spotted or splotched stem, which is where it gets its common name. And they found it growing in some shallow riffles of medium-sized streams with a sandy or mucky bottom. And Potamogeton is actually one of our most imperiled plant genera. We have 22 native species in Ohio. 13 of the 22, or about 60%, are on our state list. So these aquatics are disappearing pretty fast. Water plantain spearwort, new county record for Lawrence, discovered by Iris and Sean. And then a couple weeks later, Iris, myself, Sean, and Elizabeth Mack rediscovered it in Scioto County for the first time in 40 years. This species has been in heavy decline across its range in the last half century or so. You can see from Ohio that's a lot of orange up there of old historical records, so once, quite a bit more common in Ohio, but it's declining just about everywhere, like I said, and NatureServe actually took it from G4 or apparently secured down to G2 or imperiled. So, but fortunately, these finds do move it from endangered to threatened in Ohio. And then our final featured find for the endangered species is the rediscovery of coastal little blue stem for the first time in 135 years in Erie County by Sean. In Ohio, this grass is restricted to our natural active Lake Erie beaches, which, as you know, are very few and far between. And he actually was botanizing and exploring the shoreline of famed Cedar Point, literally feet away from the amusement park border where he found this grass. So, what a world. If you ever want to see this plant in action, go to Headland Dunes State Nature Preserve in Lake County. Thousands of plants, best population in the state. So, like I said, I wish I could give everybody their own designated slide. So, I went ahead and just listed out the rest of the stuff and kind of highlighted the most important ones. Elliott's bentgrass, the trio of Sean, Iris, and I rediscovered that in Jackson County for the first time in over 90 years. Then we got lesser panicled sedge, a new county record for Stark County, discovered by Rick and Adam Zarek a couple years ago. Little prickly sedge, new county record for Geauga, discovered by John Rainier, who you'll hear next in 2024. This marks, I think, only the third extant site in the state. Likewise, he found a new county record for the endangered fired sedge in Cuyahoga County. Sean got in on the dodder action by finding Pretty Dodder as a new county record in Scioto County, while Rick Gardner found reflex umbrella sedge in Jackson County for the first time in 90 years. Some other goodies are smooth tick trefoil. This is an endangered species, a new county record for Jackson County, discovered by Iris, Rick, and Sean, and is only the second known collection of this species in Ohio. Kind of a cryptic plant that we kept our eye out and looked for, and it's one of those that is cryptic and rare at the same time. Guess we need more people out there looking at desmodiums. Variegated scouring rush, new county record for Seneca County, discovered by Sean. Same site as the Plains Muhlenbergia, and then also his dad and Kerry Warner found a new site up in Ashtabula County. Northern fir moss, new county record in Jackson County, discovered by Rick, Iris, Sean, and I in 2023. Only the second extant site in the state for that. And kind of a cool one that I wish I had more time to talk about, large northern bog club moss is a new state record discovered in Jackson County. This species is actually still being formally described as science by Dr. Harvey Ballard at OU. So more work on that to come. Wouldn't be a talk if I didn't mention some rubus work by John and Brian. John found a new smooth blackberry county record in Portage. And then, of course, Brian found another new rubus to the state, an arching dewberry in Trumbull County last year. And just to wrap it up, which my timing is just about impeccable, I practiced this a lot to get it on time. Small burr reed, a new county record for Jackson, discovered by Iris and Sean. Fathom that one. My two best buds out there doing great work. This one is just about extirpated, very few sites left, so this is a pretty important find. So with that, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it and hope to see you again in 2 years for this topic.
Andrew did an amazing job of squeezing all that into 30 minutes, but if there's a question, maybe we have time for one question? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I guess with the past decade or so, with the kind of new awareness for native plants and the native nurseries popping up, how has that affected your work finding rare plants in the wild? I mean, if people are getting seeds from these mega giant companies, these big box stores, it's becoming so popular. I get mixed up in my head. I feel funny about it. And it's not just the eco-region genetics. I just mean in terms of your work.
That is, I've never been, John's at the computer, no one's ever told me I'm a quiet person. So that's actually, I could do a whole 30-minute talk on that topic and something like this. It does make it more confusing. I'm guilty. I've got, cool native plants in my yard in Delaware County that don't belong there, but I keep them contained. That is something that we do have to consider when we do find, but it's kind of like being a detective and going, well, there's a house a quarter mile from here that's got that in their yards, and it doesn't typically occur here, so probably not an indigenous population. But we do have to do some detective and legwork to figure that out, and sometimes we don't know. You kind of have to chalk
It's
it up.
going to be so polluted, we'll never be able to know. I mean, with
Talk
that
to our
speech
chief
from
botanist, Rick
Eco-Bios.
Gardner. This is a topic that will get him
Yeah.
flustered because, it's an increasing problem.
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of a win-win-lose situation,
Yeah,
We want
okay.
people to use native plants, but it does muddy the waters.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Okay, our last talk before lunch is going to be by John Rainier. John received his education at Kent State University and the Ohio State University, and has been working as a botanist and an ecologist in the northeastern Ohio area for the last 15 years, much of that with Cleveland Metro Parks. And today he's going to talk to us about his work in documenting rare plant finds in the Cleveland Metro Parks. So please welcome John Rainier.
Thanks, John, and thanks to Rick for asking me to speak this year. This is such a great event that I look forward to, and I'm just really honored to be asked to speak. I'm here to talk to you about some highlights from the work that we've done over the last several years to document rare plants in the Emerald Necklace, Cleveland Metro Parks. First, just a little bit of background on the Park District for those that aren't familiar with it. Here we are up around the city of Cleveland. We're the oldest park district in the state of Ohio. So we were founded in 1917. We currently have about a little over 25,000 acres, mostly within Cuyahoga County, a good chunk in Medina County to the south, and some small land holdings in adjacent counties. From an ecoregional perspective, most of our park area is within the western glaciated Allegheny Plateau. And then to the north and west, we get into the lake plain, the much flatter lake plain. In terms of drainage areas, watersheds, our park district is really closely associated with three major Lake Erie tributaries. We have the Rocky River on the west side, the Cuyahoga River in the central portion, and the Chagrin River on the east side. And roughly speaking, the park system's about 80% natural area and 20% more developed parkland. And so with all that land that we have around those Lake Erie tributaries, of course we have a lot of floodplain habitat, a lot of riparian forest and wetlands, and those habitats certainly produce their fair share of interesting plant populations in the park. But when I'm doing rare plant inventories or just looking for cool stuff, it's places like I have pictured here that really get a lot of my attention. It's these exposures of sandstone and shale, their interaction with the glacial sediments that were laid down on top of them, and then of course, erosion and natural disturbance over time just creates some really interesting areas for these conservative and rare plants to feel at home. So we have places like this where we have glacial lacustrine sediments that have settled into stream valleys. We get these great slump areas that are calcareous and produce all kinds of cool records. And then we have some, and some exposed shales up near the lake that can actually be really calcareous and have produced a lot of really cool plant records over the years. And before I get into the botanical meat of my talk, I do want to take a second to just highlight the broader work that our park district does to inventory and monitor our resources. We have several established long-term monitoring programs focused on both aquatic and terrestrial systems. We have a lot of great dedicated staff, hire a ton of great seasonals, have a lot of interest from volunteers. They all help us get this work done that's really at the core of the conservation mission of our organization. And in recent years, the natural features inventory part of our work, where we're really focused more on just going out and looking for species of conservation concern, has really picked up steam. It's always had a pretty heavy vascular plant focus, which is obviously my focus, but we are starting to expand into other taxonomic groups, which is really exciting. And even from the vascular plant perspective, we've got a lot of great data in recent years from aquatic plants. You heard Mark Warman's name in the Best Finds talk a couple of times. I got to give a shout out to him. He did a ton of great aquatic plant sampling, not only in Cleveland Metro Parks, but across a lot of the state, and turned up a lot of great aquatic plant records. And then, of course, we get a lot of good information from citizen science projects, and specifically iNaturalist that I know we're all familiar with. Those data require a little bit more filtering and wrangling, but they certainly are useful in a lot of ways. And most of this talk is going to be focused on more of the recent work we've done in Cleveland Metro Parks, but I can't talk about that until I mention some of the great botanical work done before my time. I have A.B. Williams' book, the cover page for his book, The Native Forests of Cuyahoga County, up here. Just to highlight, it's a great read for anybody that's interested in learning more about what Cleveland was like prior to real widespread development. But I also wanted to highlight A.B. Williams, as he was the first naturalist at Cleveland Metro Parks, also affiliated with the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, and he contributed a lot of really cool early records from the park system. And after Williams, we had a great botanist work in the park, people like Jim Bissell, George Wilder, Chuck Thomas. They explored a lot of places in the park and turned up a lot of interesting records, like we have here. Mountain rice grass is still thriving in the park. Common juniper still doing really well. We've actually been able to find a couple new populations of that. And then stout goldenrod, just a really cool species, was actually thought to be lost from the park for quite a few years, but just a couple years ago I was able to turn up a new population on a really, really steep slope. But glad it's still there. So now I'm going to get into some of the more exciting finds from the last several years. And of course, as a field botanist, it's always really exciting when you can confirm new species to a state's flora. And I've been fortunate enough to be able to do that in a few cases. This is just one of my all-time favorite plants right now. This is lovely shadbush Amelanchier amabilis, also known as beautiful serviceberry. And most of us are familiar with serviceberries. It's a very popular landscape plant. But this is not your everyday serviceberry. This thing's got huge flowers, really long petals on these drooping racemes. It likes to hang out at the very edge of rocky calcareous bluffs along river valleys. And in about a month here, it'll be a conspicuous site at a few special places across northeast Ohio. It blooms about 10 days roughly later than our more common Amelanchier species. And before I was able to confirm this from Ohio, it was only known from New York State and adjacent Canada, in the exact same kind of habitat that I found it in. And then I know recently it's also been found near the southern New York state line in northern Pennsylvania. Just a real beautiful species. This is the first of several hawthorns you're going to hear about, my beloved hawthorns. Hawthorns have not had the kind of focus over the years that a lot of other plant groups have had. And this one in particular is a cool story. It's just a poorly known species. It has a northeastern distribution. And it caught my attention because it's very, very similar to a species that was on Ohio's rare plant list for quite a few years called Brainerd's hawthorn. We don't think now that Brainerd's hawthorn actually occurs in Ohio. But when I saw this thing, it really, really caught my attention. I knew it was something different than most of the other hawthorns I was looking at. The problem was that that was in early fall and it was in fruit, and anybody that works with hawthorns knows that you really, really got to have good fruiting and good flowering material in front of you before you can make a confident determination. So fast forward a little bit to the following spring, I observed this thing several times in the field and made some really good collections, and I sent some stuff off to Jim Phipps, a renowned hawthorn expert in Ontario. Jim's been nice enough to look at a lot of sheets that we've sent him from Ohio over the years, and he got back pretty quickly and said that it was a very good representation of this species, which I was super excited about. And you can see here in the bottom right this figure from GBIF. You know, around 1900 there were quite a few collections. I think most of them were in the northeastern U.S. And then collections, observations of this have just really dropped off. We've come to find out that this plant was certainly collected in Ohio before I got my hands on it. It was just misidentified as other things. And we know that there are several nice populations in northeastern Ohio now. It seems to be kind of tied to the Snowbelt area. We're still, the Rare Plant Committee, we're still kind of wrangling with this thing to figure out what its real status should be in the state, but it's really a poorly known plant across its entire range. And we're just glad to be able to have a few nice populations in Cleveland Metro Parks. You heard about this one in Andrew's talk. This is another northern plant that extends southward a bit through the mountains. This is smooth blackberry, and of course most people don't think of blackberries as being particularly smooth plants. This one is an exception, though. In most cases, the canes or the stems are nearly thornless. The undersides of the leaves are completely glabrous and lustrous in most cases. And it's been either attributed to or omitted from the Ohio flora at various times over the years. And, but kind of a renewed focus on the rosaceae in general and rubus specifically revealed that there weren't any good specimens from Ohio that could be confirmed as this species. So I immediately, got out there looking for it and was able to turn up a few things in our park system that seemed to fit pretty well. Again, sent them off to an expert to confirm, and they were confirmed, which was cool. And I really think that this is currently endangered in Ohio. I really think there's more of it to be found. It likes to grow in cool, moist areas, like steep, rocky ravines with hemlock, northern hardwood forest. And I've also found a couple populations in really nice swamps in northeast Ohio. So there's more of it out there. Another one that you recently heard about in Andrew's talk, the water plantain spearwort. Finding this, spearwort should not be capitalized there, sorry. Finding this was definitely one of the highlights in my career so far. I had heard about this plant, many, many times, especially from Jim Bissell, who I got out in the field with quite a bit, and it was a bit of an enigma. It's been on a lot of botanists' radar in Ohio for quite a long time. And so during the pandemic summer of 2020, I went out there looking. I knew that there was a record from Metro Parks from the 1940s. And over several years, I had looked many times because the specimen had pretty vague location information, but it was enough to get me in the general area. I knew that there was some decent habitat left. And I looked for this thing. I know Jim Bissell looked for it a few times in the same area, and I was pretty convinced that it was gone from the park, especially given its overall decline. But during that summer of 2020, I decided to give some spots another look, and at the end of a grueling July day in these swamps, I turned around and stumbled into several hundred flowering and fruiting stems, which was a bit of a jaw-dropping moment for me. You can see from the NatureServe map on the right, this thing's just rare everywhere. Andrew mentioned that NatureServe recently ranked it at G2, globally imperiled, and they estimate that it's declined by something like 90% over its historic range. So, you know, as Andrew said, there have been new populations found in Ohio, so its story in Ohio has improved a bit, but overall this thing is a real concern, and needless to say, we're going to be keeping a close eye on our population. All right, another hawthorn. This is Jessop's hawthorn, another enigmatic species, rare, sporadically collected across this range. As hawthorns go, if you stare at them a lot, this thing's fairly distinctive. It's got very sharp, rather deep lobing, especially on the terminal shoot leaves. And its fruit are usually pretty distinctive in that they taper strongly at the base. They're more or less pyriform. And most good botanists working on North American hawthorns have treated this as a quote-unquote good species over the years. But very few collections of it across its range. You can see it's possibly extirpated in some northeastern states. But you know, with my new interest in hawthorns, I put a search image in my head, went out there looking, and sure enough found a few things that seemed to fit pretty well. Again, sent them off to Jim Phipps in Ontario, and he got back quickly and said that the specimens were magnificent for Jessoppii. And you know, given that it's such a rarely encountered species, that made me feel really good. And I've since found a couple populations outside of Cleveland Metro Park, so I'm hopeful that with you know, renewed interest and more field work, that we'll turn up more of this thing. Okay, one more hawthorn with a heavy focus here. You'll see I have two names for this. My investigations so far have suggested that these are probably the same thing and should be called Crataegus succulenta variety michiganensis, or if you dare elevate to a species, a new species, not new species, but to species level in Crataegus, it would be Crataegus michiganensis. The Crataegus succulenta complex in Ohio is rare as a whole. It's more of a northern complex of plants. And across most of its range, it's got pink, very small pink to purple anthers and hairy inflorescences, hairy pedicels. Now, this plant that I've found has bright white anthers and completely glabrous inflorescences. Now, white anthers in the succulenta complex are not unheard of, especially in the northern Great Lakes states. In Minnesota, you know, a lot of their succulenta has white anthers, but it's these glabrous inflorescences that when you combine that with the white anthers, you know, it becomes a pretty distinct entity. And all collections of things that match these characteristics are very few, and they're all very old. And so when I figured out that this is what we have in a few nice kind of dry mesic, barren type situations, I got really excited about it. And you know, still to this day, I see this thing as something that's declining and really struggling to hang on. And I'm working with our natural resource managers in our park to really take care of what we have. There's still a lot of investigation to do to figure out, you know, how widespread this thing was or is. But I'm really interested in it, and I think it's a really, really cool hawthorn. So there's just been a lot of great discoveries from the park system over the years. Way too many to cram into this talk, but here's just a sample of some endangered and threatened plants. You know, we've been able to locate and survey some cool barrens in Cuyahoga County that have things like glade rushfoil, Croton wildenoii, and Hypericum gymnanthum, and Euthymia caroliniana, and lots of other interesting rare plants. And they, at least the one example that's in our park district was getting, you know, I was finding these things, but it was actually being managed for a TV tower and was getting mowed and mowed and mowed. And I kept, you know, finding these little stubs of cool plants. but I was able to work with the folks that manage the site, and we're hopefully getting that thing in better shape now so a lot of these cool plants can thrive. Andrew mentioned the kidney leaf mud plantain, the Heteranthera reniformis I just found last year along the Chagrin River in Cuyahoga County. You know, obviously it's abundant in some places in southern Ohio, but as far as I can tell, that record is the first one in the Great Lakes Basin. So I'm not exactly sure how it got there, but interesting nonetheless. The flat sedge, Carex pseudocyperus, was a great find a few years back. It's endangered in Ohio. It occurred in just a tiny little area of woods that I could tell had not been cut, some really mature trees, but there was a really nice little seepage at the toe of a slope, and this thing was hanging out in there. One more hawthorn, the Pennsylvania hawthorn, G3 by NatureServe, globally vulnerable. It's a rather distinctive plant when you get an eye for its light salmon-colored anthers. And great story about how I first discovered this in northeast Ohio, or in Cuyahoga County at least. I was driving home on a Saturday morning, coming back from a yoga class actually, and along I-271. And I was all a mess and still sweaty from class, and it was right about the time when hawthorns were blooming, and I knew just reading it, thanks to Brian Riley, who's here and brought this thing to my attention. I knew that one of the characteristics of it was unusually large terminal shoot leaves, and so I'm cruising down I-271, like Matthew mentioned, botanizing from the car, and thought, wow, man, those leaves look kind of big, so I, pulled the car over, scrambled down an embankment, collected some, and sure enough, that's what it was. And I subsequently found some really nice populations nearby. And just last year found actually another population in the southwestern part of Cuyahoga County, which is pretty well separated from where we know most of the rest of it is, so that was interesting. And then low service berry, closely related to the Amelanchier amabilis, the lovely shadbush I mentioned earlier, although this thing's distinctive in its colonial growth habit and small, compact inflorescences with short petals. And as conservation science practitioners, we obviously focus a lot on finding and protecting at-risk species. So when you can directly be part of species getting downlisted or delisted completely, whether it's at a local or global scale, it's always rewarding. And that's been the case for some plants that we have quite a bit of in Cleveland metro parks. Things like Carex albolutescens and Carex cephaloidea that not too many years ago were considered threatened in Ohio, now completely off the list because, at least in part, because of quite a few records we've contributed from the park system. And then, got to mention another rubus, the rubus fulleri. This thing's very distinctive. Again, thanks to Brian Riley for bringing this to our attention. But we have a really, really nice population in one of our parks. And then Carex lucorum was mentioned by Andrew too. I found a couple new sites for that in Cuyahoga County in recent years, and it's nice to see that not as imperiled as it used to be in the state. Oops. I always get asked about this time of year, what are you looking for this year in the field? And my answer is always usually something like anything cool, which is true. But there are quite a few species that apparently have legitimate records from the park system that I'm always on the lookout for. Pictured here, nodding sedge, Carex gynandra. I am convinced that this thing is still hanging out where it once was. I just got to be at the right place at the right time. Hooker's orchid, I do not have much hope for. but man, that would be earth-shattering if I could turn that up. But a lot of these other things certainly have some potential. The round-fruited hedge hyssop is a little bit odd for northern Ohio, but I don't know. I got to get my eyes on that specimen. Wheat sedge drives me crazy because that was seen in the 90s in a really big wetland area, and I cannot find it, but I'm going to keep looking. And just to kind of wrap up, by the numbers, we have 55 rare plant taxa in the park currently. There's its breakdown by state status. And people always ask how we use the rare plant information. Well, it's useful in a lot of ways, especially when we can combine it with all of the long-term monitoring data that we collect every year. It really helps us inform decisions in the park when it comes to operations or planning. And one of the most straightforward things we can do is just put things on a map for our staff so that when they're undertaking certain activities or planning for activities, that they know when something special is in the vicinity, and we can try to minimize impacts on these plants. And then we're always trying to use all of our data in ways that allow us to characterize the whole park in terms of ecological integrity or sensitivity. And the map on the right is an example of that. And that's still a work in progress. There's a lot of different ways you can kind of synthesize this information. But we're always trying. And there's just so much good information from the park. And, it's been just a real pleasure of mine to take part in some of these monitoring and inventory activities for several years now. With that, I think I'll stop and take the questions.
Questions for John?
So, with hawthorns, what is your strategy for looking for these species? Do you find them in unique habitat? We see them a lot in early successional, not so unique habitat. Probably can't spend time on all of them, or certain kinds of places that you want to go to. And is there a field guide you feel is a good authority for a time species?
So the question was what strategy do I have for looking for hawthorns, and what resources are there to help identify them? So you're right. Most hawthorns grow in early successional areas, edge habitats, nothing particularly special. I mentioned the white-anthered glabrous Crataegus succulenta. That's an example of one that seems to be restricted to higher quality dry mesic open forest. And it also likes, like bluff edges. But in most cases, when I'm looking for hawthorns, I'm looking anywhere that's a little bit open. It's funny, when I talk about hawthorns with a lot of people, they say, gosh, years and years ago, the hills used to be covered in flowering hawthorns in the spring. And it's just not the case anymore. That's because a lot of invasive species are now taking over the spaces where a lot of our hawthorns used to occupy. But yeah, edge habitats, openings, and then in terms of resources to identify hawthorns, I would go to the flora of North America. That's what I use mostly. There's been a lot of work. There's a lot of older work on Crataegus that is a little bit maddening. A lot of people elevated a lot of things to species status. There's a lot of names out there. So it's really tough to kind of filter through all that stuff. But, I have a stack of books like this that I just kind of cross-reference all of them, honestly. And it doesn't help when you have an expert like Jim Phipps that you can send specimens to in Canada.
You might squeeze in one more question if somebody else has one. Guess you've answered all their questions, John. Okay, thank you again, John. Okay, we're at the point where we've reached lunch, and all right, our first talk for this afternoon is going to be by Dr. Rebecca Snell. Rebecca is a professor at Ohio University. She received her PhD at the University of Toronto, and she's going to be talking to us this afternoon about mass seeding events and climate change. Please welcome Ms. Hunt.
Okay. So thank you very much. So really, thank you for the invitation. I've heard that it was actually a few former students of mine who asked me to come. And then I've been incredibly pleased to see so many of my former students come up and say hi. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for organizing and inviting me. I'm really excited to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is mass seeding. The talk is sort of organized kind of like a what, who, how, and why. So it's a bit of background about masting because it's a phenomenon that you probably, as soon as I start talking about it, you'll be like, I know what that is. But we don't usually talk about it a lot to really understand it. So I'm going to just give you a bit of background. And we're going way back into history, which is what is mast? So mast is actually literally, it describes fruits/nuts of forest trees that accumulate on the ground. And so these are things like acorns, beech nuts, chestnuts, and it actually comes from an Old English word, mast, and specifically referred to food for pigs. So there's always these old historical etchings and paintings. This is from like the early 14th century. And this was a job to go out into the woods with a stick, and they would beat the trees and help the acorns fall to the ground, and then they would release the pigs, and the pigs would just sort of fatten up for the winter. So this is mast. And then around this time, obviously, like the estate managers would keep a very detailed record. And they would write things like it was a good mast year, right? And so a good mast year is this. There's just lots and lots and lots of seeds or nuts on the ground. They would also write things like it was a bad mast year. Like there just wasn't that many sort of fruits or nuts out there. And so hundreds of years ago, they already knew what masting was, right? So it's this highly variable annual production. So if that's mast, just what sort of collects on the ground, masting describes this pattern of reproduction. Okay, or mass seeding is the other way we talk about it. So masting, the definition has two parts. So the first part is this. This is highly annual variable seed production. And so this is some of my data. We'll come back to it later. So this is just one species. This is black oak. And this is just average population level seed production. And you should see lots of variation. There's some big years and there's some small years. I'm just going to point out here, 2016, it's not a zero, it's actually missing data. So that's the 1 year nobody collected data. So it's just missing. So that's part of the definition. But the other part of the definition is that it's synchronized. So it's not just variable reproduction, it's variable reproduction that's synchronized at a population level. So in this, it's the exact same data, but now all the colors are individuals. Those are individual black oak trees. And the black line is the average, which corresponds to the same numbers over here. And so you can see if it's a big year, it's a big year for everyone. They all go up. So like if you look at 2007, all the lines are going up. So they're all doing the same thing at the same time. So masting is variation and synchrony. Okay. Who are these masters? This is definitely not an exhaustive list. I tried to focus on plants that we would know here in Ohio. So these are your oaks, hickories, walnuts, mulberries, sugar maple specifically. Red maple does not mast. Beech pines, spruce, firs, hemlocks. Also some grasses are masting and other herbaceous plants too, so it's not just woody plants. It is, however, only perennial plants. So annuals, by definition, can mast. Okay? So lots of our favorite plants are masting. And because it's so common, like this is a pretty common reproductive strategy, and it goes across plant families, there must be a benefit, obviously, right? So it's evolved because it's a good strategy. So when we think about masting, there's sort of two kinds of fitness benefits that they could have. The first kind of benefit is something called environmental prediction, which is that the plant is reproducing, like these big reproductive events are in anticipation of favorable conditions for seedlings, which is pretty cool. And so the easiest way to think about this, in a lot of our examples about environmental prediction have to do with fire. So fire-stimulated flowering is an example of masting. That's basically a direct benefit and a direct connection. So the fire itself stimulates flowering. So this is just an example of what that looks like. And the fires are obviously indicated by the little fire symbols. And what you're seeing here is basically flowering, and they correspond with those fires. So the fire itself stimulates those really big reproductive events. There's also evidence of indirect environmental prediction, and this is because the plant uses the same cue for reproduction that is most likely to cause a fire. So white spruce in particular, it's been shown that white spruce mast is triggered by dry summers, and dry summers typically are going to increase the likelihood of fire. So of course, it's not perfect. There will be masting events and no fire, but trees live hundreds of years. And so over their lifetime, hundreds and hundreds of years, some of those masting events will correspond with fire, and that's really good for spruce germination. So that would be like an example of an indirect environmental prediction. That's all I'm going to say on environmental predictions, because here in Ohio, and what I study, we don't really have fire the way that these other ecosystems do. So we're in this world. So the kind of fitness advantages that we have here are what are called economies of scale. So these are density-dependent fitness benefits for plants that are achieved by synchronizing reproduction into fewer but higher reproductive events. So the plants themselves are creating the fitness benefit. And there's two economies of scale called either pollination efficiency and predator satiation, and they have different benefits. So one is good for, the benefit is for flowering, and the other one, the benefit is for the seeds. So pollination efficiency, a lot of our masting species, if you think back to that list of trees, a lot of those are wind-pollinated plants. And so this is just a numbers game. More pollen, fertilization is just more likely, and you're going to have more successful fertilization. So if all the plants are synchronizing into those big flowering events, that's just better for all the plants. The second benefit, and I'm going to take a few slides to explain this one, because this one is a little bit more complicated, is called predator satiation. So mast is a super important food for wildlife, and I'm going to shout out to the EPA poster, which I picked up earlier, which basically shows this in a poster form too, which is really fun, if you saw that poster. So when we talk about mast, when we talk about predators, we're talking about seed predators. So these are the animals that eat the seeds. And there was this great paper by Phylogenetic in 2004 where he just listed everything that eats acorns in the eastern United States. And the takeaway from this is everything eats acorns. If it's an animal, it's eating acorns, right? So these are the seed predators. And so from the plant perspective, this is not great. So predator satiation does this. So in those high seed years, like really high seed production, they're overwhelming the seed predators. They're satiating them. There's so many seeds, they quite literally can't eat them all, right? And so some of them escape being eaten just because the predators are full, they just can't eat another one, and those are the ones that are going to germinate, right? And if you're a hunter, though, you know this. So the consequence of this is that the seed predator populations increase. So if you're a hunter, you pay attention to mast, because these are the good years, right? Or the year after mast, rather. Because all those seed predators or those animals are full, those populations go up. They have more offspring, right? Because they had so much food. Okay, but we're alternating that, or we're interspersing some low seed years, right? Because it's this variation. So in the low seed years, all the seeds are eaten, right? Nothing's going to germinate. But the consequence is our seed predators starve, right? So we had a big increase in seed predator populations, but the next year there's no food. But we have so many deer, right? And what are they eating? They're not eating a lot. And so we actually see a lot of mortality the year after because there's not enough food. And so this is predator satiation. It's this alternation or this variation in the big years and the small years. So it does a few things. It keeps those seed predator populations low and ensures successful germination of seeds in some years, right? So plants play the long game. They live for hundreds of years. They don't have to have successful germination every year. As long as they have successful germination some of the years, that's fine. So this is a great example of what that actually looks like. So what you're looking at here, in the black, that's acorn production the year before. And in the white, that's rodent population size. And so it's just illustrating exactly this. So predator satiation is one of the more well-supported sort of theories with masting, and it's been shown over and over. So we have a huge seed year. The year after, lots of rodents. But the next year, we see all of a sudden very, very few seeds, and you see the rodent population fall too. And if you sort of carry it along, you sort of see this sort of tracking between the two, right? So this is predator satiation, and this is definitely a fitness benefit for plants. All right, and now we're going to spend lots of time here, which is the how. And so this is actually the topic that got me interested in masting in the first place. Like, it's a super cool phenomenon, but how in the world do they coordinate variation? Like, that's not easy, and these are plants. And I'll tell you right now, it's not the fungal network. They're not talking. So how do plants do this? This is actually this is not an easy topic. And this is what got me so excited and so interesting in masting to start. And there's been a lot of different theories. And what's interesting, the theories I'm going to show you all have some support in some plants. So, one theory is that it's resources. Right? And so it could be external resources, so things like weather. So in particular plants that are growing in kind of places that would be sort of dry, if there's a lot of precipitation one year, then maybe the next year would be a mast. So the resource is water. But it could also be internal resources, right? So you can think of either carbon or nutrients. Masting is orders of magnitude difference. A lot of our graphs are shown on log scales, because the difference between a high year and a low year is huge. So if they're making huge reproductive efforts in one year, right, that's going to cost a lot. And so the next year, they're going to go down to hardly anything. So it's got to be resources too, right? So they've just got to accumulate enough. Another theory, and also has been shown with some support, is something called environmental vetoes or limiting factors. So again, this is weather, but different sorts of weather. So these are negative things. These are weather things that are affecting flowering or fruit development. So things like a late spring frost or summer drought. This has also been called failing together. So synchrony is achieved because they fail together. They're not succeeding together, but they're failing together, and that's what's causing that synchrony. And the last one is that they're using some sort of common cue. So the species themselves are sensitive to an actual cue, and that cue is always weather, but it's just a cue, and they use that cue to sort of let the plant know 1 year from now it's going to be a mast year, right? And one of the most common cues is just a change in summer temperatures, which I'll explain in more detail, but it's just an absolute temperature change. So it's not related to resources, it's just a cue that they're sensitive to. So all of these things, like I said, have been shown to be true in some plants some of the time, but how do we put it all together? And so there was a workshop, and it was a masting workshop that I got to participate in 2023, and it was super fun. It was 4 days, and all we did was talk about masting for 4 days. So it was so much fun. Anyways, just put us all together. And one of the things that came out of this is something that we're calling a general model of masting. So we tried to basically put everything together into sort of like one house and say it's all masting, but it's just caused by different ways. So I'm going to explain that, the general model of masting. And what this graph that I'm going to show you is trying to answer is, what is the relative influence on seed production from either the environment, which is going to be shown in blue, weather, which will be shown in this like pinky color, or those just internal resource dynamics. So this is our general model of masting, and I'm going to take just a few minutes to walk you through it. I actually think I'm really proud of this. I actually think it's really great, but I recognize that maybe not everyone is going to think it's so exciting. But anyway, so at the top here, we have selection for CV, which is basically variation, or selection for S, which is synchrony. But we're going to come down to the bottom, and we're just going to start with resource accumulation. So this is partially dependent on the environment, but you can see that weather can also feed into this resource accumulation, which affects that resource budget. So those internal dynamics are important. They're going to need resources to have those big reproductive events. But weather is also providing positive cues. So if they have enough of carbon and nutrients, whatever else they need, and they receive a positive cue, that's going to cue a big reproductive event. And then we get to flowering, pollination, and fruit ripening. And here's where our negative cues come in, so those vetoes. So a late spring frost is going to affect flowering. At that point, the plant's already decided to flower or not to flower. And so those negative cues are coming here, and all of those things eventually affect our final seed crop size. And the trick is, not every plant is going to have every box or every arrow, right? So it's all-encompassing. All plants should be here somewhere, but the thickness of those arrows, or whether or not that arrow is even present, is going to change. So you can think of this as like a two-dimensional space where we have either from like 0 to 100 on our resource budget, we have cues, and we have environmental variation, right? And so you can think of those colors. So all plant species that mast would be somewhere inside this triangle. So imagine you're here, and you're all resource budget, right? So you're 100% resource budget, and we do have plants that mast that would be considered 100% resource budget. And those are plants that we call alternate bearing. So one of the things, part of this workshop, one of the questions we asked was, are alternate bearing plants masting? Because there's a lot of people who thought, no, they're not. Like, alternate bearing is not the same thing as masting. And we said, yes, they are masting. They just happen to be in that corner of the triangle. So alternate bearing is literally like big years followed by small years. So when people say, is masting predictable? If you're alternate bearing, the answer is yes. It's literally like yes, no, yes, no. If you grow agricultural woody plants, citrus, apples, olives, apricots, you might already know this. This is really common in the agricultural world. And so these are just 2 time series, one's for coffee, one's for pistachio. And so hopefully I've convinced you they go up and down. It is masting because it's highly variable reproduction, and it is synchronized. So farmers would love us to solve this, but I don't think we're going to. And then what's also super neat, if you pay attention here into pistachio, this should have been a high year, right? Because the one before was low. It should have been a high year, but it was a well-documented warm and dry winter. So this is kind of like an environmental veto, or that negative veto. So it is pretty much all driven by those internal resource dynamics, but every once in a while, we could still have that negative environmental veto, and it killed all, basically, the fruits. So it was a failure. But then the next year, it sort of recovered, and it went back to being like yes, no, yes, no. So in our paper, we labeled these guys, these are our alternate bearing, so that's what they would be. Okay, what if you're in the other corner, right? So what if you're entirely driven by cues? And we have examples of those ones too. So these ones are entirely driven by a change in summer temperature. So it's called delta T, and it's an absolute change in summer or growing season temperatures. This is a grass, actually, from New Zealand. And what you can see here in this graph, this is actually showing the relationship between seed production against just summer temperature. And it's not a very good relationship. This is the same data, but shown as the temperature difference. So the temperature of the summer before minus the summer before that. So it's an absolute change, right? And so you can see on this axis, it's like -3 to +3. And this basically corresponds really well to seed production. So this is a Q. This is just a Q. There's nothing about resources here, right? So it just went from like a cool to a warm summer. And as long as that change in summer temperature was positive and plus up to about 3 degrees Celsius, it seemed to be a Q for masting. So they would be 100% basically just being Q'd. Okay, I'm not going to talk about resource matching. We're just going to move on just because I want to talk about sort of my data, and my data is basically, we're going to be sort of down here. It's a combination of resources and also Qs. But you can always ask me about resource masting later. Okay, so this is work that I do in Southeast Ohio. This is a long-term seed production study. This seed production study was actually set up in 2000 as part of the FFS, or the Fire and Fire Surrogacy Study, if that's something you're familiar with. And it was actually Dr. Brian McCarthy who started this in 2000. And he did it for, I think, 6 or 7 years and then passed it off to the Forest Service, who continued it until 2015. And then I started at OU in 2016, learned about the study, but didn't collect data. I didn't know about it, it was too late. And so that's why I started, basically I picked it up in 2017, and that's why the data continues. That was the blank of 2016. There's 2 sites, so we're in Zaleski State Forest and the Vinton Furnace Experimental Forest. There's Athens. And these are basically seed traps that are set up permanently underneath individual trees. So the original study was just black oak and chestnut oak. And then when I started, because I'm more of a community ecologist, I added 3 more species. So I added white oak, American beech, and pignut hickory. And that's what, if you know your tree fruits, that's what you're looking at. So just a quick shout out to everyone who's ever been in my lab and volunteered. This is not an easy study in that you have to commit long-term to doing this. We go out once a month from July to December and collect seeds from 360 of some odd traps, bring them back to the lab, and then my undergrads faithfully count, identify, weigh, crack open every single seed. And we go out even if it's snowing. So we go basically all season. So we're there in the summer to set up, and we're there in like November and December to take them down. So lots and lots of work from all my students who I have to say thanks to. All right. So I'm showing you an enormous amount of work here, which is always disappointing to see a whole year boiled down to 1 point. So, like I said, chestnut oak and black oak, these were started in 2000 by collaborators, so not myself, and that's why those records are so much longer. Pignut, hickory, beech, and white oak, these were the ones I added starting in 2018, so it's 7 years of data. And basically, so this is the sad truth about masting. 7 years is not enough data. So the rule, typically we try to have about 10 years of data before we try to say anything at all. So I continue to collect this data, and will continue to collect this data. But for this talk, I'm really only going to talk about chestnut oak and black oak, because those are the only 2 that we actually have long enough records for to say anything. Okay, so for chestnut oak, we basically looked at a whole bunch of different weather parameters to try to see if it was weather as a cue, weather as a resource, and what's happening here. And we basically found weather seems to be this sort of positive cue. We found the same relationship with delta T. So going from a cool to a warm summer seems to be the cue for masting. Like I forgot to point out, but all of these seed productions are on log scales, so that's why they look weird. But we seem to have this positive relationship, so delta T is important. There's a weaker relationship with spring temperatures. I'm showing maximum. It doesn't really matter if it's maximum, minimum, or mean. It's kind of always the same, that it's like some sort of relationship with warm springs also seems to cue masting for chestnut oak. Black oak is sort of the same story with spring temperatures, that we typically, warmer springs are good for seed production, but there's also some evidence of that negative veto. So it's called day of spring warming. We were trying to figure out like when is the last day in the spring where we might have a frost and then it sort of like warms up that year. And there's a negative relationship, so this is maybe an indication of that sort of late spring frost. Sorry, the -1 is the year before. Black oak was a little bit of a harder nut to crack. I know, I shouldn't have said that. And one of the challenges with black oak is it's in the red oak group, meaning that it develops over 2 years, its fruits. So it has a much longer window when things can happen, right? And we did try looking at lag effects like 1 year, 2 years before, like we tried to look back as well, and it just felt like a lot of the relationships for black oak weren't as strong as they were for chestnut oak. Chestnut oak is in the white oak group, meaning they flower and then fruit in the same season. All right, what about climate change? So as a reminder, this is where weather shows up, right? So weather's kind of in the middle, and it plays a super important role in multiple places for determining seed production for masting. So we might expect, reasonably, that climate change is going to be important, right? Good news. So interestingly enough, and this is the theory, so the first person, a guy called Dave Kelly, who published about delta T, made this prediction about 15 years ago, saying delta T is insensitive to climate change. So even though it's a weather cue, or a weather parameter, he said it's going to be insensitive to climate change. And the reason why is because it's the absolute change. So if you go from cool to warm, that's the same thing as going from warm to warmer, right? And what's so neat is we actually see this. So this is for Vinton, this is the weather data. So there has been a significant increase in summer temperatures since 2000, but delta T hasn't changed at all, right? So what's interesting about this is that this particular weather parameter is changing, but the Q is not. So it's going to be insensitive, so it's basically not going to matter, at least so far. Like we'll find out, but right now, it's not going to matter. And then so far, at least where we are, some Qs don't seem to be changing yet. So this is just spring temperature or that last day of spring frost, and there's been no change, at least in the last 25 years. So at least for these species, climate change doesn't seem to be a problem yet. Okay. I'm going to end with talking about what I love, which is community ecology. So this is basically just the community composition of the forest that I work with. And this is just like standing basal area of the trees. And so you can see it's mostly oak hickory, and I don't even have all the oaks or all the hickories. So I only have 5 species. But you can see that there's a lot of variation here, like there's a lot of species diversity here. And then if you look over here, trees are kind of doing their own thing. But the question is, especially, and I want you to think about predator satiation, is there any synchrony amongst our species, right? And so this is just that same data but plopped on top of each other, and the colors correspond to the ones over here. So the black is beech, which seems, well, beech is alternate bearing. But other than that, if you look at just the oaks, right, there seems to be sometimes that they seem to kind of go up together. So maybe there's some sort of community level synchrony. So this was actually a question we asked as part of another working group that I was on. So the LTR stands for the Long-Term Ecological Research, and they've got sites all over the US. And this was a working group on seed production that went for 2 years. And this was actually one of the questions we asked using this data. So masting is almost always studied at a species level, like individual species level. And it makes sense. If you're going to commit to studying something for 25 years, you don't have time to study 10 species. You've got time probably to do one. But the LTR data is really interesting because it is community data. So we were able to look at basically, I think it was 6 or 7 different sites. So these are all the sites, the LTR sites, where we had seed data for more than 2 species. The minimum was 3. And what we were trying to figure out is when we had community data, were species coordinated or correlated amongst each other for seed production. And so this is a time series on top from one of the sites. And this is what it looks like if there's no correlation, right? This is another site. And this is actually what it looks like if there is correlation. So hopefully you see that, like just even eyeballing it, right? So you can see like there seems to be some years where all the species are masting. And this was actually something when we started looking at the data, this was something we noticed. That we were like, wow, like, 2000, so this would have been, I think it was like 1998. What a big year for everything. And then we're like, maybe there's some sort of cross-species synchrony. So what we did is we took all of our plant records where we had like a species pair and just ran correlations. And if it's a positive correlation, it looks like this, right? This would probably be like a 0 correlation. And a negative correlation is where they're exactly opposite, okay? And we did an enormous amount of work to produce another figure I'm really proud of, which is a histogram. And so what you're seeing here, this bluish color, is all of the observed correlations for all of these species pairs. And it was actually positive. So we actually saw positive correlations. So there's it's more synchronized than random. And we compared that with this gray histogram, which is the random data. So we took the exact same data and just randomized those time series, right? So some argument, because masting data has so many zeros in it, some argument could be made that you're going to get a positive correlation just because there's so many zeros. So we took that same data and just randomized it. So use the same data, but like change the years. And if you do that, you get basically what you expect, which is correlation right at 0. And what we actually observed is a positive correlation generally. So there is more synchrony than you would expect by random, which is super interesting. We also then tried to figure out, okay, so what's causing some species to be correlated with each other? And we looked at a whole bunch of different weather variables. And the only weather variable that was important was climate water deficit. So this is basically, it's very dry. So really dry to really wet. And this was the only thing that seemed to predict community level synchrony. So where water is limiting, they're more synchronized. And if you think back to what we talked about, or what I talked about earlier, this could be either water is the resource. So water could be the resource which is synchronizing reproduction, or it could also be droughts are the common negative veto and they're failing together. So it could be either one of those explanations, and we don't actually know. Okay, so final thoughts, the things I hope you walk away with. That mass eating is actually a really common reproductive strategy, but it's actually achieved a lot of different ways. So there's lots of paths to sort of end up to this same pattern, which is variation in reproduction, synchronized at a population level. Climate change is going to affect masting for some species, but there's so much uncertainty still here. And one of the challenges still is actually long-term records. We don't have very many long-term records for seed production on the scale that we would need to answer this question effectively, right? So when we're looking at long-term trends, what we're actually hoping for is 30 years or more. So I do think climate change is going to be important because so much of it's driven by weather, but we can't say with any certainty what's going to be happening yet. And there is no reason to expect cross-species synchrony, because selection for both variation and synchrony happens at the species level, but it does seem to happen, which is really weird. So it could be that species are responding to similar weather cues, so it could just be an artifact, that they've all evolved to respond to a similar cue, and so that's why we're seeing it. Or I'm going to leave this a question for you. Could predator satiation lead to selection for cross-species synchrony? So if you think about predator satiation, it's going to work best if everyone does the same thing, right? So if white oak massed this year, but black oak masts next year. The squirrels are still happy, right? So squirrels don't care what seed they're eating as long as there's seeds to be had. So predator satiation is going to work the best if there is cross-species synchrony, right? So there could be some argument to be made that that could be driving some of this synchrony that we see, although so few people actually look at cross-species synchrony, we're not really sure what to say there. So, and with that, say thanks.
Questions for Rebecca? Maybe I'll just start with a quick one, because I know less about mast seeding than I should, I guess. Is mast seeding limited to temperate systems, or do we see it in tropical systems and other systems as well?
Yeah, so that's a super interesting question. And that paper I referenced, one of the sites is Luquillo, which is in Puerto Rico. And so that is absolutely the thought going into this, that masting is a northern, like a temperate type response. But we saw lots of masting in Luquillo. So we think it's actually probably more that there's a northern hemisphere bias, and probably lots of tropical species do mast. And what's really neat about the Luquillo stuff is it's actually hurricanes. That seem to be the thing. So after a hurricane, lots of species flower. So it seems to be something else is driving masting, but it's definitely happening. So, yeah.
Other questions? Yes, sir.
What is about the correlation between tree ring size and masting years? And my second question is, can you tell by March 30th if it's when the mast is or right? Or what date can you tell?
Okay, so the first question was about the correlation between masting and tree rings. And I will tell you that lots of people have looked. Because it's such a big drain, and the theory is that plants are deciding, do I put carbon into growth or do I put carbon into reproduction? So that if there's a cost of masting, you would see it in the ring. And I'll tell you, some people have published papers saying, yes, I could definitely see it. And other people have published papers saying, nope, nothing here. So basically that's sort of I think that's still to be determined, that some people really think they can see it in the rings and other people think, no, you're not seeing it. But maybe. The other question was, can I predict by March 30th if this year will be a mast for any one of these species, really, or white oak in particular? And the answer is maybe. So that's the goal. Like my personal goal is I want to be able to do that. So right now, the only thing I can predict with any certainty is beech. I can probably predict beech right now. And the reason why is because this past year was a failure for beech, and beech is alternate bearing. I'm pretty confident it's going to be a good year for beech. Other than that, it gets really murky. And so we can't really predict it with that level of accuracy yet. But I think that's sort of the goal. So if we know spring, we're probably not March 31st, maybe like May 1st. Once spring is officially done, we might be able to say something. But some species also, summer drought can be important. So there's those environmental vetoes that happen later that make it harder and harder to predict. But that's the goal.
Any other questions? Yes.
So no, I haven't studied it. And so the mycorrhizae in the soil, they don't connect over the scales that masting happens. So for example, if it's a white spruce mast year, all of Western Canada will be masting. Like we're talking hundreds to thousands of miles or kilometers. So the mycorrhizae network can't be what's responsible for sort of coordinating. They could be responsible for nutrients though, right? So mycorrhizae are also super important for accessing water and accessing like nitrogen, especially phosphorus is important for seed production. So I do think they might have a role in terms of that nutrient or resource acquisition, but I don't think they'd have, so they would be influencing variation, but I don't think they're influencing synchrony, if that makes sense.
Okay, let's thank Rebecca once again. Okay, we're at the point where we have another break. This is a relatively short break. We'd like to pick up again at 2:15. And just also mention there's going to be a plant raffle up in the back with some of the sponsors. And my name is first, so I am going to self-introduce. My name is John Freudenstein. Maybe you know that. I'm a faculty member at Ohio State University. I'm from Michigan originally, got my undergraduate degree at Ann Arbor, and then my PhD at Cornell. I spent 4 very good years at Kent State before moving to OSU, where I've had the privilege to be a faculty member and the head of the Herbarium now for 25 years. I can't believe it's been that long. Anyway, today I'm going to talk to you about a bit about the history of the Ohio State University of Herbarium, but also a little bit more broadly, and talk about herbaria as tools in documenting the flora of Ohio. And so these are the things I want to go into and talk a little bit about the history of Ohio collections and Ohio collectors early on, and then Ohio State's Herbarium. Talk a little bit about why herbaria are important and how we are using them and maybe changing the uses for today. Sounds like I'm bringing a little. When we talk about herbaria, we can point to the middle of the 16th century is when this kind of all got started. And these are actually photographs that I took in what is supposed to be the oldest extant herbarium in the world, which is in Kassel, Germany. These are from the 1550s, the 1560s. These, not too bad for being 400 or more years old. They are bound in books, which you sometimes see in herbarium collections of that time. We don't do that anymore in general, but just to point out that herbarium specimens can last a long time if they're mounted on good quality paper and we keep the insects away from them because they like them too. With respect to collecting in Ohio, it really began with visiting Europeans in the late 1700s. And many of these specimens went back to Europe with these visitors because, well, there weren't really much in the way of herbaria in this country at that point. And with respect to North America, there were really only 8 herbaria prior to 1825 in North America as a whole. And Philadelphia, the Academy of Natural Sciences of Philadelphia, was the most prominent among those. And it's still an important herbarium and very rich in these early specimens. A couple of figures that we can point to here who came to this part of the world, came to Ohio actually, and then did important things. André Michaud, who was French, came to North America in 1785 really to look at our trees because Europe had gone through a lot of their timber over the centuries, and so they had declining timber. Of course, North America had a lot at that point, so there was a lot there. He traveled down the Ohio River in 1793, making some collections, and then went back to France, and his specimens are at Paris. P is the abbreviation for the Paris Herbarium, which is one of the larger collections. Another important figure from this time was Thomas Nuttall. Nuttall was English. He came in his early 20s to work for Benjamin Smith Barton in Philadelphia. Barton was a physician and botanist, and I'll touch on that. You'll see that combination a lot in this era. Barton had the idea that he wanted to do some kind of general North American flora, and so he sent out Nuttall to do some collecting for him. And Nuttall also made the trip down the Ohio River. And of course, at that time, before we had roads, traveling down the river was the way to kind of get around. His specimens are at Philadelphia, so they actually remained in this country. But those collections and the knowledge that those collections brought from this region, although maybe the specimens didn't stay here in Ohio, had impact. And so Michaud published this important publication, Flora of North America, basically, 1803. Null published his Genera of North American Plants, 1818, and both of those had a number of new taxa, new species in them. So these are really important, pretty early works from the early 19th century that we still look back to, especially when we're figuring out plant names and what might apply. I do want to mention this aspect of medicine and botany because these things kind of go together. Most people working in botanical study at that time were basically medical doctors. Some of them did it as a hobby. Some of them were merchants or had other businesses and had time on the side, so they actually worked on plants as well. But that combination of medicine and plants was a natural in a sense, but because plants were traditionally viewed as sources of treatments for illness, medicine sources, of course, and many of our medicines still fundamentally come from plants. And you'll see this term materia medica. You can be a professor of materia medica, which means that you're a specialist in, I'm trying to move to minimize the ringing here, that you're a specialist in plants and animals that can be used as remedies for illnesses. So it wasn't really until the mid-1800s that the academic discipline of botany began to emerge as a kind of thing on its own, where you might even be appointed as a faculty member at a university focusing on that as apart from medicine. Asa Gray was one of the first, really, although Gray was actually trained as a medical doctor too, but he was appointed at Michigan in 1838, just after the university was founded. But he never truly began as a faculty member at the university. He did travel to Europe, collected books for Michigan, but finances became tight at that time for Michigan, and they had to pull his appointment. And so he ended up doing a few other things in between and finally moving to Harvard in 1848, and then he became an important, very important botanist in the second half of the 19th century. And speaking of Gray, I'll just point out that what I believe are the oldest specimens that we have in the OSU Herbarium are a set of specimens that Asa Gray collected. So these are specimens from the grasses and the sedges, so the grass family, sedge family. Here's a Cyperus. And these were collected, published and distributed anyway, in 1834. And this is what we call an hexacati set. At that time, you see a lot of these in the 19th century where people would collect multiple duplicates of things and then send out prepared examples of basically identified plants, often with a printed label like this, sometimes in book form like this one is, other times just little packets. And so it was a way of getting expertly identified reference specimens. And so there were a lot of these distributed. And that's what this is. We have this, a copy of this set. You don't see that so much these days anymore. We do exchange specimens, we have duplicates, but it's not done in this formal way. Ohio did become a botanical center for North America, however, and Cincinnati maybe first in the 1820s and 1840s, with individuals like Daniel Drake, also noticed an MD, taught medicine and botany, put together his own herbarium. Thomas Lee was a bit of an exception in that he was not a doctor, he was a merchant, but had a big interest in plant collecting on the side. And then John Riddell, also a medical doctor, based in Cincinnati at times, and then also at times based here in Columbus or in Worthington here, and did collecting in central Ohio. And then about in the 1830s, Columbus becomes more of a kind of center of work too, and I'll touch on that in a moment or two. Right? This is one of Thomas Lee's contributions. And this was actually published posthumously, so he had a herbarium, and he published this Plants Native and Naturalized collected in the vicinity of Cincinnati, years 1834 to 1844. And that's what you see a lot at this time. It's kind of very local treatments where people going out, surveying, finding what they could, maybe making specimens, and then compiling that information into lists or relatively simple treatments like this, kind of local floras, and this is one of those. John Riddell As I mentioned, well, he was born in Massachusetts, but he worked in both Cincinnati and then in Central Ohio. He was a bit more ambitious, and actually in 1835, publishing something called A Synopsis of the Flora of the Western States. And what he meant by Western states is not what you and I would think of as the Western states, because the Western states that he was referring to were Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Missouri, Western Tennessee, and bits and pieces of adjacent Michigan and other places adjacent to this core. So this was considered the Western states at this time. And this is a page from this treatment, which you can see just goes by family, by species, tells you where it was found. So Kentucky here, a little bit about the seasonality, maybe something about the size of the plant. So fairly minimal. He also published the first list of an Ohio county's plants in 1834, and that was this county, Franklin County. And it was published in a medical journal, in the Western Medical Gazette. So again, touching on that connection between medicine and botany. For many of us, we care about Riddell because of the new things he found, some of which were in this area. And this is one that I just wanted to highlight. Trillium nivale, the snow trillium, which Riddell found along the bank of the Scioto near Dublin. And that should be in flower right now. It's one of our earliest flowering, certainly our earliest flowering trilliums, and one of our earlier wildflowers in general. Okay. All right, so now we turn really more to Columbus, and you can't really address Columbus without addressing the Sullivan family. Lucas Sullivan was a surveyor from Virginia who moved first to Kentucky and then was sent up to this part of Ohio to do some survey work. And as payment for his survey work, he was given 6,000 acres of land basically right here. So he laid out Franklinton, the town at Franklinton. At this point, it's a neighborhood basically in Columbus, on the sort of southwest side of the river as it goes through downtown. And this is his tombstone. This is down in Greenlawn Cemetery. You can see this today. This is him. On the botanical side, though, it's not so much Lucas Sullivan, who then became one of the founders of the city of Columbus, too, but it's his sons that became most important. Specifically, Joseph Sullivan, who you see on the left side here, and William Starling Sullivan on the right. And by the way, he was not named for the bird. It's not Starling, it's because Lucas Sullivan's wife's maiden name was Starling. Joseph Sullivan was interested in natural history, actually before his younger brother, William Starling, but he was mainly concerned with the family businesses at that time. They operated mills along the river and things like that. But he was instrumental in the founding of Ohio State University, too, so he has that enduring importance. But it was really his younger brother, William Starling Sullivan, who became the one who was very interested in plants and kind of made his mark. So William Starling began work with vascular plants in 1840, also published a treatment of plants of Franklin County, but then made a sort of switch to the small side and the gametophyte side. Being a bryologist, he became a really prominent bryologist. He worked often with Leo Lesquereux, who was a Swissman who came and settled in Columbus as well. And Sullivan and Lesquereux did a lot of basically foundational work in bryology in the mid part, basically, of the 19th century. To show you how, in what short time he actually became prominent in this, he became a friend and a correspondent of Asa Gray. Gray would come to Columbus, actually, to visit Sullivan, and Sullivan would go to Cambridge, Mass. To visit Gray. And by 1848, he was now contributing treatments of mosses. So this is the title page of what we now call Gray's Manual of Botany. But at that time, it was just called Manual of Botany, because this was the first edition by Asa Gray. 1848. But see, it says The Mosses and Liverworts by William Starling Sullivan. So he was being recognized as expert enough by 1848 to be doing a treatment for such an important publication. In bryology, as I mentioned, he and Leo Lesquero did a lot. And here's an Exicati set that we have in the herbarium at the OSU Herbarium from 1865. And this one is not a book form. It's a series of tiny packets, actually, and little labels glued to sheets, and then with an attached moss. And so again, it's one of these reference collections that was being sent out. However, Sullivan's vascular plant specimens that basically formed the basis for that 1840 treatment of the Franklin County plants also are extant. But most of them went to Harvard in the end. He sent them to Asa Gray, basically. For some reason, a little packet, though, a little set, basically, of almost 400 from 1840 are in our herbarium. These are, again, some of our oldest specimens. They all basically look like this. They'll have a rather general locality, Columbus. It's better than North America, anyway. It's a little bit, which you do see sometimes. Sarracenia purpurea here, and then it'll say WSS down here on the label. So this is obviously Sarracenia. Okay. As I say, he did pay attention to vascular plants, and he actually noticed this plant that today we call Sullivantia and thought it was different than what he'd seen before. This was from Highland County, Ohio. And he sent it to Asa Gray, who decided, in fact, it was a new thing. And Torrey and Gray, John Torrey and Asa Gray, named it for Sullivan. At first it was named in the genus Saxifraga as a saxifrage, but it was then given its own genus name. And it's a plant we recognize today. If you get down to Hocking County, you can see it on the cliffs, on the rock formations. This is another tombstone from Green Lawn Cemetery. This is a tombstone of Eliza Sullivan. This is his second wife. Unfortunately, both his first wife and second wife died of fevers like cholera, which were much more prevalent in those days. And so there's a nice depiction of her, but you can see there's actually a carved depiction of Sullivantia, of this plant on her tombstone, which is a really nice touch. And you can see that. You can just go down and see that tombstone. Okay, so shifting our emphasis now to OSU's herbarium in specific. 1870, OSU was founded. Within about 3 years, they brought in their first class of students. And shortly thereafter, within a year, we had a professor of agriculture, Norton Townsend, who was teaching botany courses and collecting plants. If you look at the 1875 annual report of the trustees for the university, they mentioned that there's actually quite a substantial herbarium used for teaching purposes that existed at that time. Joseph Sullivan, when he was involved with the founding of the university, had hoped that at the founding there would be basically a professor of botany. And that didn't really happen right away. But in 1881, William Rain Lazenby was offered the position of the first professor of horticulture and botany, although his interests were really much more in horticulture than on the botanical side, so that's really what he focused on. He wasn't really doing the botany side of things, so he wasn't really publishing floristic works or anything like that. So it wasn't until 10 years later that we really got going more on the botany side. So William A. Kellerman came to become the first actual professor of botany when the botany and horticulture departments separated at that time. Kellerman was a native of Ohio. He got his bachelor's at Cornell, his PhD from University of Zurich in Switzerland, working on vascular plants. In fact, he worked on the genus Gunnera, which is a southern hemisphere, really interesting genus in the southern hemisphere. Here's a really nice picture of a class, a botany class from the end of the century. I don't know how many of you know what college classes look like today, but they do not look like this. It's more like the students are kind of there in their pajamas, actually. There are no ladies with nice hats and things like this there. So here is Kellerman right here, looking okay. I'm not quite sure why the guy up here has a big knife. Presumably, this has something to do with plant collecting. But it's really not specified here. Anyway, this is a beautiful piece of history here captured in this photograph. All right. Kellerman did a number of things. He separated the state herbarium, so those are the Ohio plants, from the general herbarium, which was everything else basically, and focused on building those collections. He also was a pioneer in establishing a tropical field course. This was basically unheard of at this time, to take a group of students to, in his case, Guatemala, and spend 3 months with them there. Of course, the journey to a place like that, they didn't just hop on an airplane, of course. It was a more arduous journey, and I'm sure the conditions down there were not easy. This is actually an advertisement, kind of, in the journal Science in 1907, describing what they're looking for, and the whole trip was $226, which, because the internet knows everything, tells me that today is $6,000. So $6,000 in our money, basically. Unfortunately, this didn't last that long, because he died on one of these fevers in Guatemala in 1908 on one of these field excursions, and he's actually buried down there. It's unfortunate that his career was cut short so early. Although he did his dissertation on vascular plants, he really shifted his focus to pathogenic fungi, rusts, basically, these kinds of pathogenic organisms. His assistant said, I'll just quote this, "We collected every leaf spot and parasitic fungus which we could find, and a world formerly filled with innocuous green leaves suddenly became a place full of dangerous spots and discolored surfaces." We have a lot of his specimens. They look like this. They're usually in little packets with a nice label on them. But you open them up, and this is what you see. You see sort of diseased leaves, basically, because these are the fungal specimens, these rusts, basically. Another thing that he did was to travel. He and his wife prepared specimens, things to represent Ohio flora, basically, for the 1893 Columbian Exposition. This exposition was 400 years after Columbus's travels to the New World, and they had a big exposition. We still have these kinds of world fairs today, and it was an opportunity to bring materials like these. So we have these still in the herbarium, a number of these larger things, which are quite heavy, that represent a particular species with different sections of wood, and then smaller preparations as well. They're quite heavy. I can only imagine what it took to get these to Chicago at this point. But they did this, and so we still have these. Okay. Before Kellerman died, he had already hired a new faculty member, and that was John Schaffner. And so after Kellerman, his untimely passing, Schaffner became the head of the herbarium, and was so for many years, for about 30 years basically. Schaffner was quite broadly engaged. So he published on the flora of Ohio, he published one of these plant catalogs for the state of Ohio, but he also did many broader studies of phylogenetic or evolutionary relationships of plants, and basically basic plant biology too. So he was quite an amazing scholar. Clara Weishaupt is another person we can mention in terms of the people who have had association with the herbarium over the years. Clara received her PhD at OSU, but she wasn't actually trained as a systematist. She was a physiologist, really. So she didn't engage so much on the scholarship side of things. But if you took a course on plant taxonomy or local flora in a certain era in Ohio, chances are you would have encountered her book, Vascular Plants of Ohio, which is basically a giant key to the flora of Ohio. And so had a big impact, was quite important. Ron Stuckey, unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. He served as the head of the herbarium for about 8 years. He was a specialist on aquatic plants. He did his dissertation on Roripa, a mustard genus basically, and had a big emphasis on the history of botany. And in fact, I'm indebted to Stuckey's work for some of the content that I'm presenting to you today, because he was quite good at organizing this information and transmitting it. Todd Stussy, my colleague and friend from the department, who was herbarium head for 15 years. Todd is with us today. He is a very active emeritus faculty member at OSU. He's a specialist on Latin American Asteraceae, the daisy family. Focused his work largely on flora of Chile and the Juan Fernandez Islands, which are remote islands off the coast there, and really built our southern South American collections. So today, our strengths are really in Ohio, Eastern North America, Southern South America. We say we have 500,000 specimens, but we've been saying that ever since I came to Ohio State 25 years ago, and we've accessioned a lot of stuff since then. So we're barcoding everything now, and so when we get through with that, we'll know how many we actually have. Current emphasis in the herbarium is really on imaging and databasing of these things, so that all of you can see what we've got from the comfort of your sofa. Basically, to make these kinds of things broadly applicable, which all collections are doing across the world today. Just want to mention a personnel update here. Mesfin Tedesse was our valued curator for about 20 years. Mesfin retired last summer. And Jeff Rose, who is also here today, Dr. Jeff Rose, also from Ohio originally, has taken on the position of herbarium curator. So if you come to the herbarium, you'll get an opportunity to interact with Jeff. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about herbaria in the 21st century, what we are today. Ask the question, do we still need them? And probably, because I'm up here talking about herbaria, you wouldn't be surprised to hear me say yes. And maybe we need them even more than we ever have needed them, really. For one thing, they provide really a sample of variation. It's a source of characters. If you are looking at variation in a species, you can't just see one sample. Today, we can actually get DNA information even from herbarium specimens, which is kind of amazing. Nomenclatural types allow us to fix the application of a name in sort of a landscape of variation that we see. Fundamentally, they represent a sort of marker for occurrence in place and time. So if we're tracking the changes in flora of a particular area, this is what we look at. These are the records that allow us to make those observations. And finally, it's a great identification aid. You can always use a key to identify plants, and increasingly you can use the internet, but there's nothing like comparing yours with something in the herbarium. Okay. I want to make the point that a herbarium is not a stamp collection, right? And by that I mean we don't just want one of each, because this variation is important. So this is actually a little collection of flowers from one of the southern Appalachian species of Asarum that I made a few years ago, just to show the variation that you can see in one population. And natural variation is important, and it's good to be able to see that in herbarium specimens. So we need more than one, because we see this variation. On the other hand, obviously today we want to be quite conscious of conservation concerns. We don't do the thing that you sometimes see in the herbarium where there'll be 20 individuals of some small rare plant on a sheet. That did happen in the past sometimes. We don't do that. Okay. Let me just point out this issue of type specimens and how we use those. Let's imagine here that this is a species that we call Ohioensis. At some point we decide that, this part is actually rather different than this part. Now we have to deal with what part gets the name. So here now we've got two blobs we've separated. we find where the type falls in that mass of variation, and then can understand that it applies to this blob over here. That means this gets the old name, and this one gets some new name. So this is one of the really important uses of these type specimens. They allow us to pin down what a name corresponds to. And this is going to come into play in this study. Now, I have a graduate student named Brett Lambert. He was here earlier, but he's working very hard on his thesis, so he decided he couldn't actually stay here for the afternoon. And so, because he's defending in a week or two. Anyway, this is a Serum canadense. This is not a posed picture. I took this picture. Brett and I went to Clifton Gorge last spring. This is what we saw. Here's a Serum canadense. Here's a Serum canadense, right? Do these two things look like the same species to you? I'm not going to exactly say what Brett has found. He's done a good job of it. We think we know what's going on here, but there's more than one thing involved here in terms of taxa, so stay tuned for this. We think we've kind of got it figured out. And this is actually of impact for us in Ohio because many places you do see sometimes both of these occurring. Not really this close together, but sometimes. And so we'll need to figure out which one gets the name. Unfortunately, not all features preserve really well in herbarium specimens. This is another thing we've been working on for some time. Hypopides, the pine sap, and they're very colorful, but when you press them, they all look like this, right? They all turn dark brown or black, essentially. The morphological features persist and they preserve, but the color does not. And so things like iNaturalist, which has been mentioned earlier today already, actually become quite important in terms of actually, you can kind of do a virtual field trip and look through iNaturalist photographs to see what the color in a particular place and time may be. But for some of us, I think, with respect to iNaturalist specifically, I think we have some questions about the permanence of the site, sometimes about image quality, sometimes things are quite out of focus. And the metadata, sometimes they're quite obscured. So I'm not sure it's the ultimate solution for us, but there is this idea out there of the extended specimen, where we are associating images, DNA sequences sometimes, and other kinds of data with an individual specimen in a collection. And the idea of somehow archiving images in digital form that can be tied to a specimen or even on their own is something we need to think about. And some database platforms are designed to connect specimens directly to taxonomic work, so there are people who are thinking about this. And I would just say that with the decline in natural areas, basically due to human expansion, my argument would be that this kind of documentation that we do in herbaria of biodiversity is basically more important than ever. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Maybe I have time. I can take a quick question, but we do need to be going to, yes. Yeah. Right. Right. I know. This gentleman raises a really interesting and important point that some institutions have decided they just can't have their herbaria anymore. Duke University is one that was under threat. They seem to have backed off a bit recently. I heard from their director saying it's not moving quite along as we thought, so stay tuned, we'll see what happens. But you're right, that there often are threats. Herbaria are not small. They cover a lot of floor space, and as do other natural history collections. And so I was chair of my department for a while, and I was continually educating the dean about why they should be paying the floor charges for this collection. So I think it's just something we need to keep working on and reminding people that these are irreplaceable resources that we have, and once they go, you can't get them back, basically, in terms of those historic specimens. The images are good. You can't get DNA from an image, I can just tell you that. So the original specimens are quite important. So, all right. Okay, well, thank you again. We should move to the next slide.
You're in God's country. That's like 15 minutes from our farm. Bring her up the
All right, we are ready for our last talk. Our last talk is going to be presented by Dave Dyer, who's the natural history curator at the Ohio
big trees, you know.
Natural, at the Ohio History Connection. So used to say natural history. Dave received a degree from Ohio State and then from the University of Nebraska. He's been involved in various museums around the country, and his main interest is in the vertebrate skeleton, which kind of leads to the idea of what I think he's going to talk about here, Ice Age mammals of Ohio. Please welcome Dave Dyer.
All right, can you hear me okay? Thank you, John. I did this talk a couple years ago for ODNR staff, and surprisingly, Rick asked me to come and do it today. But he knows it's about animals, and it's a botanical conference, so he said, we'll talk about what these animals eat. So, okay, we'll talk about some of the herbivores he has. So can you believe Ohio kind of looked like this at one point? Take away the mountains and the Arctic fox, those were here. But other than that, it looks like Ohio back in the places in the desert. So when was the Ice Age? First we'll look at, this is a cutaway through the Earth. And all these blue rocks are the ones that are, have exposed bedrock in Ohio. So Ordovician, which is over in western Ohio, up through the Permian over in eastern Ohio. The beds tilt, so all these are exposed. And then we got the Mesozoic and a lot of the Cenozoic eras don't have rocks exposed here. And we think they were either not deposited, or if the rocks were here, they've eroded away. Therefore, I can't push a button, there we go. Therefore, there are no dinosaurs found in Ohio. Which is cool with me, because I like the Ice Age stuff. Other people can do the dinosaurs other places. I think these are really cool. So, you know, usually asked like, what animal do you think we find the most of in Ohio? And people say, well, like squirrels or whatever. But no, the mastodon, there's more remains of mastodon found that we found in Ohio than any other Ice Age animal. And these are they're elephant-like animals, but they're very distant relatives of elephants. The mastodons and the elephants diverged about 25 million years ago, went their own way. You can tell it's pretty large, and the one we have at our museum is the Conway mastodon. How many people have seen this at the Ohio History Center? Great. The rest of you need to get over there. So this one's almost 10 feet tall. It's a male, very large. And where was that found? It was found over near Cedar Bottom.
Oh, really?
And if you're botany folks that are from Ohio, you know about Cedar Bottom, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, very well known site. So this specimen was found only 12 miles from Cedar Bottom. And if you're not familiar with the area, this is Champaign County. This is Clark County. And the skeleton was found right on the border of the two counties. And Bob Glossover, he's here today. Where's Bob? Shout out, Bob. A lot of you know Bob. There he is. Cool. Bob did a lot of work on finding out where this specimen actually was found, because the two counties are fighting over who gets to claim the Conway mastodon. Bob told me it was still very murky. The Conway Ranch, the Conway farm, covered parts of both counties, so I'll tell you exactly where it was found. And I think he took bribes from the counties too, is that right? So what's the next animal you think we find the most of? So mastodons are the most. What do you think we find the most of next? No saber-tooths yet. No, unfortunately, I'm crossing my fingers we'll get one soon. Anybody else? Couldn't hear any of those. Okay, well, let's see. Nope, it's a woolly mammoth. So we had mammoths and we had mastodons. We had both of these large elephant-like critters that roam right here in Ohio. And you can kind of tell it's a nice age animal. It's got nice long fur to keep warm. And notice too, it's got small ears. Usually when you think of elephant-like animals, you think of the African elephant, right? It's those great big ears that flap into the and those are to disperse heat and regulate temperature. A lot of it's cold, you don't want big ears and get frostbite if it's cold out. Yes?
Mammoth remains were found in 1976 in Marion, Ohio.
Right, exactly right. We have those in our collection. Yep. And I'll show a map in a minute that shows where all these have been found in the state. So we get a lot of questions like, well, what's the difference between a mammoth and a mastodon? And the first thing you'll notice, the mammoth tends to be a little bit taller, and they have a sloping back, where the mastodon has a very straight back. You'll notice these humps too. These are big things of fat that the mammoth has to help reduce heat in the winter, get through the winter. And also they have longer tusks. The mammoths have real long curved tusks. And we find more mastodons, about 3 to 1 more mastodons in Ohio than we do mammoths. It was a great place, at least at the end of the Ice Age, for mastodons. So we're getting to the food part, okay? So we'll look at the teeth first. A lot of times we can infer the diet based on the morphology of the teeth. So with mastodons, a lot of times on tours, like I'll pull this tooth out of a cabinet and we'll show a tour group. It's like, well, first let's say, how many teeth do I have if I'm holding this? And how many do I have? 1, yeah, usually people say 2 or 4, but yeah, that's one single tooth. Gives you an idea of the size of the tooth. Then we'll say, well, what do you think mastodons ate? If people say, well, it's got those sharp points, it's got to be some kind of carnivore, right? Not true. They're strictly herbivores. And this is a tooth that is really not terribly evolved compared to the mammoth. It's not really terribly evolved from its ancestor. So the mastodon has these cusps. Whoops, the mastodon has the cusp upper and lower that kind of occlude together, and it's really good for crushing. So if you're eating like cones and twigs and branches and leaves, this is a really efficient method to cut up those kind of plant material. So there's the mammoth tooth. You can see that's quite different. This is the occlusal chewing surface, so that'd be the same as here on the mastodon. And you'll notice it has these ridges of enamel that run across the tooth. So what do you think mammoths eat? Yeah, you guys are good. Those grasses, yeah. And this enamel, the enamel ridges run all the way back almost to the root. So you have plates of enamel about this tall that make up a single tooth. And sometimes people say, well, why does it have to be such a big tooth? Does the teeth will be this tall? And that tooth has to last the mammoth for decades, like 30, 40 years. Because this is the last tooth that comes in the jaw. And when that tooth wears out, the animals die of starvation if they're lucky to live that long. So people say, well, what wears down a tooth? But if you think of grasses, they have silica, right? Little phytoliths of silica. So if you're chewing on grasses 18 hours a day, which I don't recommend, you're going to wear your tooth down pretty quickly. And you can see the enamel here on the mastodon tooth. That's only about maybe a 1/4 inch of the thickest. So if a mastodon was eating grass all day, it would wear that tooth out quickly by arm. It's a really cool, efficient way to consume food. So here's a map I was talking about. And where's the one from Marion, or when you say Mariontown, yeah. Does that say Marion? Hard to see the Okay, yeah. So the circles are mastodon, the triangles are mammoths, and you can see they're scattered all over the state. And most of these finds are not a complete skeleton. Most of these are a single tooth like we saw, or a couple of bones, usually not a whole specimen, unfortunately. Yeah, I've got to get a drink for this part. I'm getting over 2 weeks of laryngitis. I'm lucky to even be here today. So how many have heard of the burning tree mastodon? Okay, oh yeah, quite a few. Okay, that's probably the most well-known, the most studied, best researched mastodon that's ever been found in Ohio. And our senior curator of archaeology, Brad Lepper, was involved with this dig when this specimen was uncovered in 1989. And Bob was there too, right, Bob? He was out there in the cold. It was 20 degrees, windy. And this is at a burning tree golf course. And the bones were found as they were dredging out an old glacial lake. That's a water feature on the golf course. And they hit these bones and called our museum. And the landowner said, yeah, you guys can go ahead and excavate because you have 2 days to do it. I mean, you're lucky if you can get the bones out in 2 days, much less gather any scientific information about the find, if there's any evidence of humans, all the other things you can tell. So they jumped, Bob and the rest jumped in there, and they noticed as they're excavating that the bones were like in 3 different piles in this lake. So you'd have a little cache of bones here, a few meters away would be another cache of bones, a few meters away would be another cache of bones. Why do you think that is? Any guesses?
More than one.
Yeah, upside, yeah. People, this was basically an ice age refrigerator. Like the humans found, either killed this mastodon or found the carcass, butchered it, cut it up, and there's cut marks on the bones, and then deposited it in the lake for preservation. Doesn't that sound tasty? Go dredge some out of an old lake and eat it. And interesting too, so part of the body, one of the whole legs and a little bit else was never found. And either they didn't have time to find it, or they think that possibly that part was taken away and consumed and the bones were elsewhere. But the really interesting part about this find is, as they were excavating, Brad Lepper noticed in the peak that there was like near the ribs, there was like a reddish area. And he said it smelled too. It's like, well, what is this stuff near the ribcage? So they preserved it, fortunately. I mean, Brad's an archaeologist, he knows like anything, you save bits of it and look at it later. It turned out they were contents of the small intestine. And that's rare to find. And he even said it smelled too. It's like, well, that was kind of the key. This is something interesting. We're going to usually archaeologists where you wouldn't say something stinks, but it's archaeology do it. So they analyzed not only the plant material. We'll get to that in a second, but they looked at microbiologists looked at the bacteria, and there was still living bacteria in this thing's gut that had been preserved all these years. So at that time, it was the oldest living known thing in the world. Other than my third grade teacher, she was a little bit. She may be here today, I'm not sure. But that ended up being one of the top 50 science discoveries of 1991. It's really cool. So, Brad and others did all this research. We have a huge staff of research based on this specimen. And the hope was that it would come to our museum, because Bob and Brad and other folks, put all their time and effort into getting that thing unearthed and getting the science on it. And, the plants, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's talk about this real quick, and we'll go back to the test. But these are the fossils, the macrofossils of the plants that they found inside this section of small intestine. And you can read those, I won't list them all, but basically you've got trees and shrubs, aquatic/wetland plants, and one species of brownplant too. So a lot of times with mastodons, the mantra's always been, well, they ate spruce, leaves and cones and twigs. That's what they ate, because the previous ones that found gut contents, it's all spruce stuff. But here you can see there's a great big variety of different types of plants that they're finding. Some of the conclusions, obviously from the list, it browsed on branches and leaves, both conifers and broadleaves, and pulled up herbaceous plants of lakeshore. Then it went over to the salad bar here next to the thing, and you said that and consumed carrot. And then they're able to determine, obviously by looking at botanical parts, what season that this animal was alive and when it died. And they also did that they cut the bits of the ivory and looked at the growth layers of the ivory. And that came out as fall. But I trust the botanical evidence it's much more accurate than the chemical. So how old was it? They did radiocarbon dates on the deciduous twigs. So you got a radiocarbon date. These average about 11,500 years ago. That's radiocarbon years. That's not the same as calendar years. So that's the change over here. So calendar years is around 13,300 average, about that old. It's interesting too that the radiocarbon date for the plant material we got matches the radiocarbon date for the bone collagen. So it shows that it's pretty accurate. So back to the burning tree story, we'd hoped that would come to the museum. And coincidentally, the owner of the property also did molding and casting for one of his side businesses. And so he made copies of this skeleton. And he sold a couple to other museums or different places around the country. And then after he passed away a few years ago, his wife and other family members said, let's give a set to the Ohio History Center. So 2 years ago, we got a call to pick up the skeletons. So we went out to his shop, and his wife just wanted everything out. So he had 2 rooms at least as big as this, filled with this kind of stuff. I mean, mastodon stuff and also these weird, like, creepy creatures and all this amusement park stuff. So they donated a whole set of casts to us, which is really awesome. So, you know, the bird tree kind of came back home. And the casts are they're more commercially made. They weren't really scientifically created, but the detail on them is amazing. We can still see cut marks on the cast. You can tell those things butchered. So really neat specimen. So when we think about Ice Age, we usually think of something big and bumpy, dramatic, and really interesting. And that's kind of the case even with the rodents. So this is an appropriately named giant beaver that's been found here in Ohio. It was interesting that John talked about the species named Ohioensis. And you see it here, Cassoreus ohioensis means giant beaver from Ohio. And this is what we call a big rodent. This is a modern beaver, the largest rodent in North America today, Stanford. And you can see the size of it. These are amazing, just huge, huge rodents. And to give you an idea of the size, this is Greg McDonald. He's the guy I worked with when I worked at Cincinnati. He's in the natural history. He's a vertebrate paleontologist. And he's been out of the state for 30 years, but he's still published more papers on Ohio Ice Age paleontology than anybody else. It's amazing. So he went to Europe and came across this giant beaver. Only Greg would come across a giant beaver and sent me a picture. But they were about the size of a black bear. So if you could imagine a rodent that big, it's pretty incredible. They also make bad pets. They tend to get up on the furniture and stuff. So I wouldn't recommend it. But this is one that's created at Blue Rhino Studios in Minneapolis. They do a lot of recreations of Ice Age animals. And this one I think is more accurate. There's something about, everybody laughed when they showed. There's something that's not quite scientifically accurate. And if you look at the tail, this looks like it's flat. And according to skeletal evidence, giant beaver had narrow tails like this, more of a rounded tail. And we'll talk about that in a minute. And as I mentioned, Ohioensis from Ohio, the very first record of giant beaver was found right here near Zanesville in the 1830s. They were digging the Ohio Canal, and they came across these bones and a skull. Like, what is this giant creature? And they recognized it eventually as being some type of beaver, had the great big teeth, and morphology very, very similar to modern beaver. But it was huge. And in 2003, Bob worked on this too. We had a student find this jaw down in Clear Creek, and he brought it, and Bob confirmed the identification. There was a giant beaver. And the guy didn't want to donate. He said, well, this is really cool. I want to take it home and probably sell it, make a few $100. And after a few years, he decided, well, I'm not going to make any money on this thing. I'll bring it back and donate it. So he donated it here. And we always encourage people, if you find a fossil, it's better off for everybody in the long run if you donate it to a museum. It's here for science. So what good was this job? In 2014, a research group was put together to study the paleoecology of the giant beaver. And so they were based out of Canada. They looked at all the museums in the Midwest, like, where do we go to sample giant beaver material? And they came to our collection because we have probably the largest collection of giant beaver stuff from Ohio, from the Southern Great Lakes. So it's a multi-pronged research project, and Tessa was doing her master's degree as part of this project. So she's sampling to look at isotopes in the bone of giant beaver to try to determine what these things ate. Because for almost 200 years, people have argued, well, these things cut wood, they didn't cut wood. What did they eat? What kind of plants did they eat? So Tessa ran the staple isotopes and then created these box plots in her final paper on it. And we won't go into too much detail. We can see the different categories of plants: submerged, emergent, floating, terrestrial. And this is the proportions of the plants for each species. So here we have modern beaver. Here we have modern muskrat, small little thing. And then we have giant beaver. So which plot does this one match? Yeah, it's a muskrat. So we have this giant beaver. It's really, so basically the giant muskrats. And if you remember that picture of the tail, they didn't have a big flat tail. They had a rounded tail like a modern muskrat. So they're very muskratish. And they finally published a paper too in online Nature about this whole project, and there's our jaw that got made in there. So as an example, I tell the guy in Lancaster that found that, you know, your paper helped explain what giant beaver ate after, your find after, you know, almost 200 years. So a couple of conclusions. They preferred submerged macrophytes, and thus they were very dependent on the wetlands. And I think this also helps explain part of the reason for their extinction, because they relied on these glacial kettles, these kettle lakes and kettle ponds. And once those started infilling, and once they started drying up and evaporating, they didn't have any habitat left. But what's a modern beaver do? It's like, hey, if there's no lake here, I'll just build one. I'll put a dam and I'll make a lake for this creature. So they were able to survive with a giant beaver. As we talked about, the muskrat's the closest stance of aquatic rodent that we can compare to muskrat. And stable isotope also helped, like, prove that these things were not cutting down trees with their teeth. People thought they were cutting down giant ice age trees. These weren't any bigger back then. But then they were not eating much of the bark or the wood. So a lot of things are cleared up like that. And just a quick little sidelight, you know, this is our official state fossil, right? The Isotelus trilobite, like a big 2-foot trilobite. We've got one exhibit in the museum. But I think the giant beaver, it's even its name is from Ohio, so I think this should be our official state fossil. And I think that's Cleveland back there. It's surprising this image isn't scientifically correct either. That's not a giant beaver. I'm just shocked at this. So how many have seen the big ground sloth or Orchid Hall? Yeah, quite a few people have seen that. Of course, John's seen it. But I'll show this, like, when I do slide talks, and I'll ask people, like, what do you think this thing ate? And especially kids, like, well, it's real big, and it's got these huge claws. It must have been some kind of a giant ice-age carnivore that was killing stuff. Not true. They were big and ugly. This thing is about 8 feet tall, 8 to 10 feet if it stood up on its back legs. And this mount at Orchid is a little bit deceiving because it used to be, you've seen old photographs, it used to be mounted on a tree trunk. So it's got its claws up to pull leaves off the tree, branches off the tree, which is more accurate. But that's a little awkward when you walk into the museum, this thing's right inside the front door, you don't want to see the tree. And again, look at the morphology of the teeth. It had peg-like teeth, which, you know, if you haven't done any research, you'd think, well, that's, yeah, probably a browser, maybe nuts and ate some nuts as well. And then they did some isotope studies on various giant beavers, and that's, or ground sloth, and that seemed to confirm that that they were just generalized biology. Then they did a project on OSU's giant ground sloth, and you know, they look at nitrogen and oxygen. Nitrogen isotopes showed that the Adam's guy was that of a typical herbivore, which we sort of suspected. And the oxygen isotope indicate most of the C3 plants, which is pretty obvious too, I think. And I don't know how much time do we have left? 5 minutes? Okay. Rick said we could go on to like 7 tonight. Is that okay? Yeah, I didn't know how much time we had, so I threw in a couple other cool ice age animals. Not really plant related, but we'll just go 5 minutes and we'll stop and get a couple questions. So this is really cool. This was the largest land predator in North America in the Ice Age. So if you think of a bear that's like looking in the eye right here, it's pretty scary. Huge, huge bear. And again, this is a blue rhino studio that creates a lot of these Ice Age animals. And I thought this picture just gives you a little idea of how impressive this critter would have been. When I first saw the photo, I thought, well, he's like feeding with a spoon. It's like, I wouldn't do that. But I think it's just painting. The artist just painting. And this species has always been kind of an enigma too as to what it ate. You know, they haven't done isotope, I don't know where up yet, but they were looking at the body of this, and this is the bear. And it's mounted next to a horse skeleton. So you can see it's almost as tall as a horse. And you think of a horse, you know, they run fast and they can turn fast. So people always thought, well, this thing has long legs. It probably ran fast and would turn and chase things and run down these Ice Age animals. But then just a few years ago, somebody did a research project. They said those legs are so gracile. legs that you'd expect for something to have that kind of weight in the turn. So they actually did stress analysis. So they found that for the weight of these animals, 1,200, 2,000 pounds, if you put that much weight on your bones as you're turning, your legs are going to just snap. But this thing can't handle that. So it wasn't running down other animals. So they wonder, what did this thing do? How did it survive? So what do y'all think? Pardon me? It probably did some plants. Yeah, he said scavenging. Yeah. The thought now is that these things have extremely good, strong senses of smell. They can probably smell a carcass 2 miles away. So they would just kind of do this loping, slow run all day long and go to these carcasses. And they would use their tremendous size and weight to scare off other predators that already made the kill. So the saber-tooth has done all the hard work to kill this. It's like a horse. And they're just going, hey, that's mine, man. And off goes the cat. And we have a recreation of this at our museum. We had an artist do an illustration. This is to show you how big these things were. And they think that, well, based on skeletal evidence, they were about 11 feet tall, standing this way. So you think about it, that's tall enough to look down through a basketball, regulation basketball. So think about that when you're watching the turkey coming out, a bear looking down through a basketball. And I made it look, that's my wife, she's very short, so I took her pictures. How are we doing? That might be a good place to stop. All right, we got one request for the elders. Okay. Yeah, this is another odd critter from the Ice Age. There's been several of these found in Ohio. We have a few at our museum. Bob, again, is working on some of these finds, on some of the elk moose finds. It's called an elk moose because it resembles both species. It has an elk-like face, and it has a moose-like body. Sounds like one of my dates, but I won't do it. I'm tired and well. But some of the beams on it, part of the beams on the antlers look elk-like, and then it also has these flat palmate sections that are very moose-like. It's a very unusual animal. And again, they were about moose height, so I think, again, the studio took their smallest artist and put him way in the back. Oh, this is so, we'll stop after this. So this is a giant case. This thing was 8 foot tall at the shoulder. It's a really impressive animal weighing almost 2 tons, so really incredible. And the width between the horn tips is about 7 feet. So you can imagine this massive, massive bison. All right, we'll stop there. Any quick questions before we go?
All right, yes, we do.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I've read a bunch of studies about that, especially the Osage Orange. And I was going to talk about it tonight, but then the more I read, the more there was more controversy on that. So I said, well, I've only got half an hour. I'm not getting because if I say one side, I've got to give the other side.